Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Good evening, front. Good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. We are joined with the other host, Lady Che. We should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, about to send Corey. That's about to experience enhancements. I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 4, episode 11, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing is we're going to continue where we left off last night with the FBA rally. We heard from 4 of the speakers. Let's see if I can remember who they were off the top of my head. We heard from Queen Vicky Gillard. We heard from Dr. Randy Short. We heard from Tariq Nasheed himself. And we heard from Dr. Mayat. So we have not heard from Black Alpha Network, Afro Elites, and Reza Islam. So I want to play their parts. And then we have Professor Black Truth's take on the Hunter Biden situation of him being convicted of 3 felonies. That's going to give us this commentary on the situation. And then that tonight. Yeah, bear with me, Black family. I'm not on my computer, so. Keep it at the top of this, though. Share this out. We got Christopher Rufo is upset at his own culture war copycats. Christopher Rufo is a known white supremacist. He has said some very disparaging things about Black people over the years. Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on who this pastor is and what he has done. And then we got a mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. He spent over $30,000 on haircuts using campaign funds. You too. Then we got Karen Loctician. Spews hateful rant against Black women. Curiosity. And then we got Oprah, otherwise known as Oprah Winfrey, hospitalized with a stomach issue. Stuff coming out on both ends. Her BFF, Gayle King says. Then we got Stephen Kuhn A. Smith explodes, reacts to backlash over Kate and Clark takes. And why the Delineation movement led by Black Americans, Foundation of Black Americans, is bringing calls for unity all of a sudden. Then Pastor Tony Evans steps down to sing. And then we got YouTube intensifies its war with ad blockers. So they're trying to make it harder for you to use their service without having to pay for it by using ad blockers. So they're like freeze up the whole computer and all this crazy stuff. You have ad blockers on your platform, or when you're using their platform. So those are the topics for tonight. So, Lady Che, have a quick update of something you wanted to say to the people. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give the floor to Lady Che. Oh yeah, happy Father's Day to all the real fathers out there, not the deadbeats like my biological father, Rodney Calvert. The ones actually are stand up men and yeah. Go ahead, Lady Che. You know it's Father's Day, right? Go ahead.
All right. So, happy Father's Day to the fathers out there. Ones that take care of your children and all that shit. I call them. I reached out to mine. Sent a text message. I forgot. Should be told. I took to a little bit. So. I find it to be easier to try to sleep through the nonsense. I don't have to deal with it. Let's see. I have something to say. So, as you know, this is great, right? You are still ready for House District, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just be ready for House District 8 position over here in Colorado, Denver. And so we're putting a lot of our focus into that right now, currently, as they get the ballots back or the signatures back. Whatever the fuck they did, ballots back from the primary, right? Yes. Yes, whatever the fuck they out. So June 25th, right?
It's when the Democrats and Republicans have their primary. Yes.
Okay, so whatever. And as soon as I get the shit back on the paper, that's when you're gonna appear on the ballot, right?
No, that's not correct. So
When
I'm
are
gonna
you gonna
appear. I'm going to appear on the ballot. The general election is in November.
Right.
So that's when I'm going to appear on the ballot. So send it out in October,
Okay, so
whatever.
anyway,
Send it out weeks before.
but you're nominated, right? So the people know, right?
Yes, I'm going to be on the ballot.
It's confusing, really, for me anyway, so I have to keep asking because I don't believe it. Not that I don't believe it. I've seen it. I know it's happening, but because the way politics work, I guess in all these states you only see two things, which is red or blue, Republican or Democrat. And so even though I know what I know, it just doesn't help because you're only reading about those two things, and I find that very frustrating myself. So it's still like a work in progress. Anywho, nonetheless, as anytime you run for fucking some sort of seat, you got work to do for him, so or you're gonna be busy, like super busy trying to get it to where he has to be. What would you like to see out of this?
What the campaign? Obviously a win
Right?
because the other candidate is not a representative of our community.
Why?
That
Our community been gentrified. Why are you running this?
I'm running because I'm actually in the district. I actually live in this district. It's literally my
What are the
district.
problems?
Problems of the district are crime, safety,
That's everything.
homelessness.
What are the specific problems?
That is a specific problem for the district.
Not overall crime, specifically.
Yes, it is crime. That's what they're always complaining about at all these town halls I have attended.
But what type of crime?
Property crime, home burglaries, home theft, car theft, Cadillac converter theft, you name it, theft. It's going on. Murders. People are getting killed. People are getting killed in the apartments.
Lot to work on.
In the hotels and motels,
there's a lot to work
blocks away from my house.
And so that being said, we have a lot to work. A lot of work to work on. Unfortunately, this white lady that is running against us all the money. And we don't have none of that. But it's very basically been given like the win down there by the Black community. So
By the Democrats, yes.
By the Black community. So therefore, we have to work super hard to get noticed because we're independents and on the Union Party. So you got to get people to notice, to take notice out there in the world, and you got to get ready because you know what's really bothering me is there's no debates, no forums. So we got to create that. So he has a fair chance. It seems like it's going to be like seems harder than it is, and I think the hardest part for me is that you can't see him anywhere because he's independent, and independence is probably the way to go. It's people straight, you know. However, we live in a system that's very old, and they want red or blue, and they want the best of whatever's going to submit to the lines of race and white supremacy. Unfortunately, this lady is running. She already has built up I think it's all about money. Build up money enough to have a good race, good long distance fucking race. And here we are back to the So we have to work really hard. That being said, our focus is going to be on that for the next, 5 months, 4 months? 4 months. Next month. So you'll see a couple of slight little changes here and there between our shows and what we'll be focusing on. And then a lot of our energy can be put into
Getting the word out about the campaign.
doing the campaign. It seems that they're going to try to put them in the back. It's I don't know, but like I said yesterday, everything really new. Where I never really realized about how hard the independents and minor parties had worked until this year. It seems kind of shitty, especially when we were talking about both the dual party should burn in hell. You know, now I'm starting to see it up close and personal, and it's definitely mind blowing. So we have to focus really, because we have to be here. This seat was predominantly black seat, currently held by a black woman.
That's former next neighbor. Next door neighbor.
Anyway, so reality. I just want to say that because we're all working on another case too, and not to put that other case in the back burner. We just want to make sure that all the information we get is all at once with this other case we're working on. That's the case treatment work. We can't be hitting it up every day with updates on our broadcast. It's taking away from the stuff we're supposed to be doing. We're meant to be doing video. So that comes before any. It also goes along with the campaign that we're doing. So we're gathering up all the new information that we get, and so we can post it or talk about it at least 1 or 2 days, or one on either one show, or on either Spockets or this one once during the week. But other than that, we can't be slowly looking into that when there's other situations going on around the area, in different states, especially in the South, where this kind of stuff is happening, even here. So we're gonna try to coordinate, we're gonna gather all the information that was gathered during the weekend, and either talk about it on a Tuesday or talk about it once off during the weekend off on Monday. So stay informed and still trying to help with this, or help the gentleman with this. We'll go ahead and set that all up. But it's important that we work on these candidates of this candidacy right now as priority, because just right in the district and district can't be. It's like the black church. Everybody just handed over this seat to this lady, and it's not even November yet. So, and it's pretty much this bought and paid for already by this white lady, without really giving a chance to anybody else to test it. Even if we lose, we still want to give her a fight. Okay?
Oh boy, endorsed her as Victor. Victor endorsed her as. It's definitely.
I don't think he knows you're running. Nobody knows.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Nobody knows because it's nowhere to be found. That's the whole point.
I don't know why people just take Earth.
Because you have to see the proof. I don't take anybody's word for it. I want to see proof. Doesn't matter. You see how you can't find it nowhere. Took on one fucking thing.
No, the Secretary of State website.
That's on the tracer thing. That's the only word.
That's on the Secretary of State
whatever.
website.
Well, that's the only place. That's not fair.
That's the only place you can find any other
That's
candidate.
no, that's not true. I found all your shit everywhere. That's not true. So you have to fix it, Clint. I don't know what you need to do
about that.
I don't know what you need to do. I don't know what you need to do.
I know how this works.
I don't know what you need to do, but you're gonna have to fix it. Because nobody knows that you're running. And that's why they
people need to believe me. I don't know why they would think I would sign up. I don't know why they would think I would get into this race.
Because of the loss, Jesse.
With Brandy. I don't know why they would
because
think
of the loss,
Lady
Jesse.
Che, though.
Because
Lady
of the
Che.
loss, that's why.
Stop being dysfunctional.
It's because of the
Let me
loss.
talk.
All right, well, you have
We're
to
live on the camera. This is why.
Okay, well, here's why. You lost.
That was a whole different race.
That's why.
That was a whole different office.
That's why.
That has nothing to do with this.
Yes, because nobody can believe that you would go run back in the seat after that devastating fucking loss.
Well, they best to believe it.
No,
they best to be believing it. Like, this shit is very frustrating. Like, if somebody tells you they're running for office and they're literally on the Tracer website, you can literally.
No, you can't look at it.
Yes, you can. It's public knowledge.
You tell them to go to Tracer? Yes, no?
Yes, they can.
You did that yesterday.
They can.
You did that the day before.
They don't never ask that.
No, you said, I'm running for office. Oh, yeah, really, where? And you didn't say nothing.
I said House District 8, like I always say. What do you mean, where?
So anyway, now we got.
They don't ever ask those questions. Only you ask those questions.
Everybody should ask.
But they don't. You're the only one that does. Well, either way, they don't ask those questions.
They should ask.
They should, but they don't.
They need to.
They don't.
Everybody start asking questions.
Oh, they don't ask.
Well, they need to.
They're just like, oh,
you should be asking questions.
You're running for presidency.
Jesus Christ. You just gonna take anybody to work for anything.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I ran for office 3 times. It should not come to nobody's surprise.
Because of the loss.
It doesn't matter if
that
it's
was
a
major
loss.
That was major.
I didn't make the ballot. I'm on the ballot this time.
But you lost the seat.
I know.
That's the whole point.
I know. They
That's why they don't
$15 million against me.
That's why they don't believe it.
Well, they need to be believing.
Nobody would believe somebody in their right mind would go put themselves through it.
Like I told John Bailey 2 months ago when I announced publicly to all of these raccoons in Denver, all the boule, they all know that I was running and I'm on Tracer. And they said they couldn't find it nowhere. And I said, wait until the article comes out. These Negroes need the white seal of approval for everything. We don't need the white seal of approval. Randy.
Who runs right into another race?
Me.
No.
Me.
No.
I guess I'm not in my right mind yet.
No, clearly not.
Clearly not. But I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. So enough said, because this is getting real dysfunctional.
Anyway, family, back to what I'm saying. So we gotta get Jesse noticed on the thing so that everybody can start acting like he doesn't work. It's not right. So that's gonna be a very big priority for myself. I'm working on several different things. That because I've been noticing everybody putting out little what do you call it? Moving ads, and commercials. So I've been working on a couple of different things, and it really involves me. But me and Jess don't spend any real time together. We're busy. So we will be be somewhere close to where we can work together on this, so that we can get it more noticed. That seems to be the problem, is that nobody knows it's running. So, and again, like I said, if you ask the average stranger, those are the main reasons. But he's right. You shouldn't have to go through all this, and they should believe him. But I wouldn't believe him either. So that's just the normal way of it. Although it doesn't change the fact, it doesn't change the fact that he's running and that it's serious, and that he is serious, and that he wants to make a change for this GOC. And in all actuality, we need him in the seat if we're going to make any kind of serious change in life. So I'm going to work really hard to help him with that. Only on the things I said I was going to help him with, because they also look bad. It's not my fault. I feel like that I'm gonna help you with what I said I'm gonna help you with. And this right now currently working on a commercial. Specific, and I'm almost finished with this little website. I'm trying to build like a little one page website with all the mass important details. I asked some serious questions. I'm trying to pull out questions that some other people would ask throughout. It's just when you get somebody who's trying to book the system and really work with them, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to see what happens. I was gonna give some pictures. Yeah, I do this announcement letter, and there's an internet thing going on, and heat and all kind of other shit. It's ready for it going up, which is really serious. So a lot of news has been sitting in the back burner. So everything's ready for it to happen. We have a couple of months to really fight and try to build forums and base, which they're not doing for some odd reason. And I think this is really because if you think about how Democrats and Republicans didn't want to have a debate. They didn't want to have a debate. I think Biden said he didn't want to debate President Winfrey. And then they don't want to debate with RFK. So it's kind of like that. Then it all trickles downward. But I think that we, as him and I, should promote more debates with this broad. She thinks she has it in the bag. And basically because, she's been pandering to the Black community. And the Black community is already giving her the green light.
The blue light community.
The Black.
They don't represent us.
They don't represent us. That's everybody. They don't represent us. We can pretty much count on one or two hands, or maybe both of our hands, how many people we actually are on the right side of the green light. And the rest is all
Blue light
church, Black church, tokenizers, token, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things. So, but also too, we have to pander to them as well. But we're not gonna pander. We just gotta tell the truth. So, it's gonna be a hard day. We ask you also support, but go through it with us emotionally. It's gonna be a tough little race. I'm not looking forward to it at all. However, all the support he can get is all the support he needs to push the rocket forward. You know what I mean? We don't want to see her win.
Yeah, oh no.
We don't want to see her win. And plus, she's on an LGBTQ tip, which isn't really so bad. She's not on the same alignment or the same notion we have. So,
Not in the least. She's a straight up colonizer in every sense of the word.
I'd say it was sense. Those are my thoughts.
Okay.
You can develop your own thoughts on the situation. But I say it's.
I literally said that too.
No, I asked you questions.
I said she's a colonizer. That's what I said. I said she represents colonized way of thinking. She's a colonizer. This is why she sticks in Central Park. The bullshit that she claims that she did in Africa.
Oh, did
How
you
she
read that?
tokenized? Yes.
No.
Yes, I did all that. I did that before you even pulled the website up. You act like you're the only one that does research, bro.
Because I am the only one that does research.
You're not.
Yes,
I was doing research before you even came on the picture.
No, I was doing. Just come on, please. Here's the truth. Let me tell the truth. Because, it's just shame the devil. Tell the truth. Man, forget it. Forget it, Belly. Forget it. Not even important. Let's just put it this way. We're gonna have to do a lot of work to help you get up on this thing. I have to say I would rather not. But what I feel about this lady and how I did all the research, I showed you guys on the RBA. And I said that on the RBA, let that be the video. Because I read it on the RBA. So a lot of the stuff that you hear about now has already happened on the RBA. That'd be my standing grounds as well. I'd say something for as long as it. And, we have a problem in any community with what you call intellectual property, right? So we have a problem with that, and then we try to avoid that nowadays. We're gonna have to work really hard to get to know this because, like I said, they don't show anything about third party candidates. Even on this ballot, I got a ballot right here. Even on this ballot, it only shows what red, black,
Look,
red, blue, no independence, right? And there's clearly independence running. Okay,
Adams County.
this you should know. I'll tell you how you should know. You sit on a minor party that's taking names to run for specific seats.
Yeah, but I don't remember in those specific seats being Adams
Yeah,
County.
but nobody talks about it because it doesn't mean it's not happening. Please, let's think about this. Anywho, we got a ballot right
Lady
here.
Che is not realizing this is the primary. This is not the
I don't
general.
understand what the fuck that means.
This is not the general election. She's new to this politics thing, but I've been doing this for over 10 years.
And so, is this
So,
making any sense, Stephanie?
When
Because if you've been doing it for 10 years, why does it mean
because I've been helping people for 10 years.
and look where they are now?
Yeah, only one of them.
They're-
Only one of them made office, and that was Candy. Yes, and she technically wasn't an independent; she was a Democratic Socialist.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Really, that's what my focus is going to be. To help them in that way, because we learn some more stuff that I need to learn. Because I have a hard time understanding why things are the way they are, because none of it seems fair, and I don't understand why you're voting for it.
It's not fair.
Like, all this shit is stupid. Why are you voting? Like, I don't understand. Do you understand? You get what I'm saying? I really look at things and I'm like, what? This shit don't make no fucking sense. Why are you voting? You understand what I'm saying? Nothing makes sense. And for that reason, I'm confused and I see it like brand new baby eyes. Like, brand new person looking at shit like, what? Huh? Hell fucking no. Like that. That's what goes through my mind. Like brand new. It's all brand new. Even though I've been living for 40-some years, it's brand new information now that I read it, really absorb it. And I'm like, huh? The big fuck.
These are the same people that preach democracy, but
Yeah.
democracy is real. They don't, actually. It's not ready to be hit. Like, it's all jacked up. No,
Where is it?
there's another one in here.
So let's get started with the show. If anybody wants to help out, that would be encouraging. I'll let you know when I need help. But that won't be like help out in the look at it, see if it needs any help.
It's not a serious. It's good.
Where's no like that. We got a big heavy show today. I've been waiting since last night to hear about the last 4 topics. Get to it. Been waiting since last night. No minutes to keep it. I won't be able to see it.
Fell asleep last night.
I did. He did too. I had to wake him up so he could shut his own program off. Yeah, I think so. I was waiting for the last 2 topics of tonight. Or 4 topics. I'm sure we have last 4 days. Hold on. Yeah.
So, before we ended last night, I was showing a reparations rally. There was a rally for reparations, DC. Second time this is happening for the FBA rally. First time was in 2022. We showcased that on Frontline Black News. And then one that just took place this year, $50,000 was raised to put this on. And like I said, we heard from several prominent speakers, Black speakers, in the new Black media. Already named them, so we're going to rename them. But there was still some that we had not heard from, and that was Black Alpha Network, Afro, and Western Islam. We'll try to get you close, their parts, and then we'll move us to the next topic.
This brother really don't need no introduction. Fiery, passionate, certified frontline reporter. Please give it up for Black Alpha!
What's poppin'? What's poppin', DC? Certified salute. First off, I gotta give a shout out to all of my foundational Black Americans, okay? Generation, let's make that clear. And there's one thing for certain, and that is, they not like us. Never have.
Brothers. So I'm a brother. Lady Che is clearly not a brother, so I'm taking it this is directed at me, Cold War. So have you brothers had a chance to check out the info on the UN Charter Covenant of the Civil and Political Rights, etc. on the certain self-determination by referendum? In a few days, since that's happened, it's one of our lives. Yes, we've already been down this road like months ago. Here's the thing about the UN, though. The UN has no say on what the U.S. is going to do. The U.S., the UN does the U.S. bidding, not the other way around. So a lot of times these conversations come up, but there's nothing to it because the UN has no teeth. The UN has no power to enforce anything. If that was the case, the whole damn Democrat, what is the word I want to say, syndicate here in Denver, Colorado would have already been shut down because they have been in complete violation of human rights violations. That doesn't mean nothing. It's literally plebiscite babble and time wasting. But thanks for asking the question. Yes, we've already looked into all of that. Now I'm getting back to this.
Damn, it feel good. Don't it feel good to wake up every day in the land that your ancestors built, not immigrated to, not fled to? See, our ancestors ain't have to jump no borders, ain't have to hop no fences, swim across no lakes to get here. No, foundation. And foundation means they won. So from the east to the west, from the north to the south, we all came here to get our check. Yeah. Let me tell y'all this. When I say you're going to give our check, I'm not asking, I'm not begging. You're going to take the check, all right? There's a difference between when you ask and you beg, right? We're not doing none of that. They used to do that. See, that's the African Americans, all right? The foundation of Black Americans, we just coming to get the check. Martin Luther King didn't say we begging. He said we coming to Washington to get our check. And that's exactly what we're going to do. You got to understand, everything that's exceptional about this country is because of us. Everything that's great about this country is because of us. And everything that we got in this country, we got because of us, and we did it by a goddamn selves. Trust me when I tell you that. Understand that. We got it ourselves. Let me know. We won the Civil War by our goddamn selves. The Civil Rights generation by our goddamn selves. And right now we winning in the Reparation generation and we doing it by our goddamn selves. That part. Certified salute. Certified salute. See, when I say we doing it by ourselves, we don't need no help from these other people who fly over here, who immigrate over here. We don't need any help from them because everything we've done, we did it by our brothers and sisters in the past. We stand on the shoulder of giants. We stand on the shoulder of everyone. We've always been exceptional. And when I say exceptional, I'm talking about the same exceptional that Dr. Claude Anderson always tells us. And when I say that when we stand on business, we stay on code, and we make things happen, we make things happen. We make things happen. That's a guarantee. You got to understand, these other people, they get things for free. They come over here, they get handouts, they get allowances, they get dollars, they get lunches, they get everything. But when it comes to us, we got to fight for it. But you know what? I like it that way. I like it that way. When we were in the fields in slavery, we did it by ourselves, and we did it on our own. So when you put us off to the side, and we do our own thing, that makes us stronger. That makes us passionate. That makes us more certified. You got a difference between counterfeit and certified. Ain't counterfeit, you certified. There's a difference between authentic and artificial. Okay? They artificial. There's a difference between real and fake, and we separate the two of them, and we've been doing it right here in this generation. Trust me when I say that. So we sit back right now, family, and we on the move. And our brothers and sisters are coming together. I thought they said we didn't get along. I thought they said we needs to do better. See, I'm not here to tell everybody we needs to do better. I'm here to tell you keep doing what you're doing and turn up that dial. That's what we need to do. So when I power to the people all day, power to the people. When I say power to the people, I'm talking about our people first. Lineage, heritage, and culture. That's who we are. Lineage, our heritage, and the culture. We're going to stay that way. Ain't nothing ever going to change when you start dealing with us. See, I love the term foundation because foundational means the beginning. It means the architect. It means the native. You know, you got folks running around here saying they the natives. No, the hell they not. You got folks running around here saying they the first people. No, the hell they not. They got a nice little costume and a mask. But guess what? When we pull that off, who you see? You see foundational Black Americans who are the first, the originators. And they all know that. We don't let nobody come into our generation. And if anybody comes into our house, you better wipe your feet at the floor. And if you do not, then you can see the exit. And we've been showing them the exit in this generation. And we're going to continue to show them the exit. I love being foundational. I love being amongst my brothers and sisters. See, you my brother. You my brother. Not because some ancient king back in Africa. You my brother for what you did right here. You my sister. And you not my sister just because some ancient queen in Africa. I'm talking about right here. And y'all know there ain't nothing like a certified foundation Black American woman. I got one right over here. Who was it during slavery that was healing everybody that was sick? It was the foundation of Black America. Who was throwing blows at the race soldiers in the civil rights era? It's still right there. Still right there. It was the foundation of Black American system. And who had on the leather coats with the power tools and them afros blowed out with the Black Panther Party? That was the foundation of Black American system. So we all come from that. And what that made every last one of us. Karen, sorry, you can't do that. Miss Hernandez, you can't do that. Mrs. Mutombo, you can't do that either. What you can do, you can get in line, you can watch Foundational Black Americans, and you can take notes. And if you do not want to do that, then you can always immigrate back home. The fences are still there. All day. All day. All day. All day. I wore these dog tags because my dad was in the military. All right? And when we start talking about the military, we don't wave that flag for George Washington, Ronald Reagan, Thomas Jefferson. We wave that flag for the Buffalo Soldiers, the Harlem Hellfighters, Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Fred Hampton, Kathleen Cleveland. That's what we wave that flag for. And everybody has to understand that. They know what time it is. This is our house. This is our house. And we've been putting in work. We've been doing some paperwork checking. And the paperwork checking that we've been doing been coming back kind of dirty on some of these people. So when I say that we're going to pull some paperwork back, that means that if your hairline is 4 feet backwards, then you're not FBA. If your forehead is 4 extra feet wide, a freedom in forehead, then you're not FBA. Okay? If you came here last night on a bus, a boat, or a plane, you're not FBA. And if your family was at the immigration office saying, "I pledge allegiance to the flag," then you're not FBA. We will get our reparations. They're going to pull out your hand and they're going to write American freedom. Like I said, everything is great about this country because of us. We're the ones keeping it alive right now. I see so many beautiful foundational Black Americans. Y'all know they say black is beautiful and always black, right? You know that James Brown said, "Say it loud, I'm black." I'm proud. He can say whisper. He didn't say, he's speaking no black, no English. No. He said that black is beautiful and say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And we've been the only ones holding down blackness. If you do not believe me, let me ask y'all this question. Where would any melanated black person be on the planet Earth if there was none of us? I'm going to give you the answer. Just go to where they are and see they over there getting whooped by bamboo sticks. You may take over Southside Africa. I bet you won't take over Southside Chicago. I bet you won't take over East St. Louis, Kansas City, Savannah, Montgomery, Alabama. Y'all know in Alabama they got the folding chairs. They still got them heads. I ain't talking about Dr. right here. So when I tell you that they don't have the white thing to eat down the floor, and I tell you you're pulling out all the paperwork, the next thing I want to talk about is this election season. Okay? This election season is coming up. You're going to have a whole lot of people talking about vote red, vote blue, vote Democrat, vote Republican. Okay, let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to vote couch. We're going to vote sofa. We're going to vote recliner, rocking chair, folding chair, and we're going to continue to vote couch until they get the point. We said no reparations, no vote. We didn't say half a vote. We didn't say 33 and a third, 15 and a half. We said no vote. And that's the way we're going to continue to do it because we are certified Black society, certified foundational Black American. They ain't got to like it, they ain't got to love it, but they better respect it because they damn sure can't shake it. What I want to tell the family, don't stay on code. You stay putting out this real energy that you have right now because this is the energy to change the world. Look what we changed already, family. We went from the yes we can era. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember Barack Obama? Y'all remember that? That was about rainbows, Skittles, and hope and change. We're about dollars and cents. So if you ain't talking money, then you ain't talking FBA. And we out here putting in work. Brothers and sisters all across the country are putting in work. And it doesn't matter how old you are, okay? It does not matter how old you are. I seen a grandma on the West Coast. Grandma hopped on the bus for 3 hours just to go to a reparations task force and speak for 2 minutes. And when she got there, Grandma wasn't praying. I wasn't no church. Grandma wasn't begging neither. Grandma stood up, stood on business, and demanded cash payments. That means Grandma out here putting in work. I see some young brothers in the state of Virginia. Yep. Somebody asked them where you from. They said, we're from right here in America. We ain't from Africa. Hell no. And then I seen a young sister in the great state of Florida. She had right, the essay for her school. Come on. And with the essay, the teacher asked her, "Are you gonna make it about Black Lives Matter?" Your sister said, "No." Then they said, "Okay, you gonna make it about all lives matter?" Again, your sister said, "No." Then the teacher got mad. Y'all know they got some parents in the school trying to teach our kids. That's why we do homeschool now. Okay. Hello. Then the young sister stood up and said, "I'm writing my essay about reparations and foundation for Black Americans." Come on now. M-O-N-E-Y. Put it in work. Exception. So all these people running around here talking about 50 this, co-created this. Here's my question. If you co-created something, then where's the Latino version of Tupac Shakur? They ain't got none. Where's the Latino version of DMX? They ain't got none. Where's the African or Caribbean version of Whitney Houston? These people ain't got no Muhammad Ali. They ain't got no Harry Tubman. They ain't got no Dr. Francis West Wilson. They ain't got no Dr. Lord Henry. If you ain't got that, then you ain't got case law. You gonna stand on that. all day, every day. So this is what we do. We let the whole world know who we are. Now they talk about reparations for these people, reparations for them people. They ain't gonna get it. But I want to tell the family, in closing, I want to say this to everybody. I was the first Black activist on the scene in Jacksonville, Florida, during the hate crime last August. Okay, it was a regular day, y'all, and I swear to God, it changed my life. I was always passionate. I was always serious. Clearly, I always had a lot of energy. But that changed my life and took it to another level. I was enjoying my day, and I got a phone call about 15 minutes up the road from me. Some brothers and sisters were slaughtered by white supremacist power and race. I was there in 20 minutes, and I remember the faces. I remember the yellow tape. I remember the stretcher bringing out the bodies. I seen it. But let me tell you what I remember the most. What I remember the most is all my brothers and sisters who said, Alpha, we got your back. Alpha, we praying for you. The ancestors watching you. And I made a vow that day that I was going to come here on June 15th. And I was not only going to demand reparations, I was going to demand an anti-foundational Black American hate crime protection. And I told you like this. I made a vow to my brothers and sisters who were going to get the real story. They wasn't going to get the ABC, the NBC, the CNN. They was going to get the real certified Black story. So first off, one thing they can do, they can drop all of these RBG colors. They can drop all these Pan-Africans. They can put up that red, white, and blue, okay? Because there'll be no USA without FBA. Yeah. No USA without FBA. So I said that I was going to come here, and I was waiting, watching the clock. And I couldn't wait to deliver this. So I'm going to give you guys this note, and I want everybody to understand. I want them to hear this. I'm going to make a declaration. I'm going to say it loud and clear because I want the world to hear. I want them to hear this, the Capitol here. I want them to hear this way down the street at the White House. And most importantly, I want the whole damn world to hear this. And that is that foundational Black Americans. We didn't just build America. We created America. We're made in America. We're born in America and raised in America. We're from America, so we love America. And they not like us because we from America.
Give it up! Black Alpha! Give it up for clap it up for him. That brother, I love him. He always keeps fighting. Now, quickly, I need this woman's energy. We about to do something. We got a little something up our sleeve. Come on, girl, let's go.
All right, Black family. My videographer said that he missed our Black Power chant. So we're going to do our Black Power chant. Where is he at? He's right behind me. We're going to do our Black Power chant 3 times. We're going to throw our black fist in the air. Ashe? Let's do it. Black Power.
Black Power.
Black Power.
Black Power.
Black Power.
Black Power.
NBA, make some noise.
I love her energy. Clap it up. Clap it up. Okay. We're going to keep this thing going. We'll keep this thing going. Come on, dance, y'all. It's Juneteenth. Come on. Juneteenth. 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 I want to see a crip. I want to see a two-step. Cha-cha slide. Come on. We have the cookout, y'all. We have the cookout. Come on now. We have the cookout. Hey, I see you, boo, in the red. I see you in the red. You're looking so good. Yeah. Give me my check. I see that. I see that.
Use it to support what we're doing internationally to any potential allies, whether it's now a discussion or not, international trade alliances, etc., will be a bridge to be crossed. This is, of course, is just a piece. Self-sufficiency, or as close as reality dictates, along with infrastructure, personnel, policy, security, every other facet of nationhood would have to be covered at some point. But if there is a vote that our people should be interested, I believe what Cold War is trying to say there, Brother Check.
Why should we be interested? What does that have to do with us? It has nothing to do with us. And like I said, the UN don't got no power. That would mean something if the UN actually has the power to actually do something to change it.
Right.
They ain't done nothing since the League of Nations. Even when they were the League of Nations, they didn't do nothing. So you must think that we don't know about over here. We're dumb or ignorant or something. But no, man, you can go somewhere else with that plebiscite battle. We ain't got time for that. It's time wasted. We ain't got no allies. We are it. It's literally FBA versus everybody. There is no allies. So, like I said, Cold War, you can go somewhere else with that, man. We ain't got time for it. The time wasted in plebiscite battle. We ain't got time for it over here on Frontline Black News.
Yeah. Who was that there? Was that Jay Militant, man? I saw somebody putting greetings up there. Okay, I'm sharing this here.
No, that's
on
that's Twins.
Twin? Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, Twin? Okay. All right. And I'm putting it up here on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page. And also, too, we're letting it be known is that people who's coming on that page with spam, they're getting kicked off, okay? Because y'all are not sharing our shit, man. And I'm just being real about that, okay? I hate to be such, but I'm not going to sit up here, man, and promote everybody else's shit and they ain't promoting ours.
Remember when I told you the UN had came to Denver in 2019? And they said that Denver was in violation of all kinds of UN violations. Ain't nothing ever come of that. They still got the camp. They still sleeping people like trash. Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. There's been no solution from that. There's no consequence that's come from that. So until there's a consequence from that, I don't want to hear nothing from the about the UN. Okay, now, funny you should say that, Brother Che, is because before Malcolm X was assassinated, he was going to go to the United Nations and to bring the U.S. up on charges of human rights violations. Now, today, man, all these UN nations, man, ain't nothing but fucking puppets. That's what Gaddafi said, pretty much. And that's why they killed him. Well, they killed. That's one of the reasons why they killed him. The main reason they killed him because he was going to back the gold denon with the actual minerals under the ground. Yes, sir. And then what Gaddafi was doing is that he was sharing the wealth with the citizens of Libya. You see what I mean? And then also, too, as you know, on Tuesday, everybody tune in Tuesday on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We will be discussing, the Oklahoma State Supreme Court decisions not to give reparations to the survivors and descendants of the Tulsa race riots of 1923. Okay, also too, for individuals who's been replying on my page about that there's only one race, the human race, you may kiss my ass. It's for the simple fact is the only way that I would recognize you motherfuckers as being human is back in the reparations, as Brother Chase says, for foundational Black Americans, descendants of slavery, and then the narrative, Brother Chase, of which you and Sister Akshita and Eliah got, okay, all y'all, are after me. So therefore, if you all took from my generation and evolved it off into something else, man, more power to you. You know what I mean? And what have you. Because I'm on my way out, just off the law of biophysics, no major disease or anything, not that I know of yet, but I just wanted to get that out there. And so then, unless we are building some type of commerce, man, and some infrastructures on a macroeconomical level, man, everything else is bullshit. I hate to be so blunt about it. You see what I mean? It's because they talking all this shit, just like, man, when you had during the time of the Black Wall Street, just like what you had down there in Wilmington, North Carolina, everybody wanted to go sit at the lunch counter and beg for a goddamn cup of coffee at F.W. Woolworths, but turned your back on Black business. Yeah, and I remember Joe Gibson was running for office in North Carolina and didn't even know about the Wilmington Massacre. Yeah, okay, now that's the part that's incredible. Okay, it's because, see, even the dump as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. He knows about the history of brutalization of our people. Okay, so therefore, what's happening is I saw some shit up here talking about what's that, the Agenda 2025, where they want to get rid of the FBI and give the president absolute control of police powers and what have you. Okay.
And then quite naturally, of course, you know who the first targets are going to be. So what it is within the FDA community, as you call it, Brother Che, within the Pan-African community or Black community, as I call it, or whatever world fucking community that we identify ourselves as, we got to have some type of cohesiveness. Now, if you want to set up different brands,
like I said, because you got too many mugs that look like us that's trying to undermine us.
Yeah.
When you have
Okay, what do you call them? Tethers.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what they like to showcase. Like Millie Fuller calls it racial showcase, and that's what they like to showcase. Tethers.
Yeah.
I'm
talking about all this
spokespersons for us. And they don't speak for us.
Okay. Then hopefully, Brother Che, maybe the generations after you will sit down and solidify that is, man, because we are all we got. Okay, it's because the only difference between an Afro-Brazilian, an Afro-Mexican, an African-American, an Afro-Haitian is a boat stop.
That's what they say, Shabaki, but that's not the reality. There is that's a whole different culture, a whole different lineage, a whole different ethnicity. So no, we're not all just one big nigga, and we're not all just one monolithic dot either. Like the white supremacists see us as one big nigga, but those in the diaspora do not see themselves as us. Hence why Kendrick Lamar said they are not like us.
Okay.
Because Drake is he's half FBA, but he didn't have the FBA experience. He didn't grow up. He didn't grow up in a traditional FBA Black household, if you will. He grew up in Canada, completely different experience.
Okay. All righty. But like I said, you know, to quote Bruce Lee, in any given situation, brother, take what is useful, leave what is useless. So if anything, you know, that my generation leaves behind the natural order of transitions, take what is useful, leave what is useless. Universal law and principle, like 2 + 2 = 4. They say, but I do know one thing, Brother Che, you know it, Lady Che knows it, Twin knows it. We are definitely in a state of emergency.
Yeah, we've been in that state for quite a long time now.
That's right. You know, and then these sellout black ass politicians, man. Brandon Johnson, man, Lori Lightfoot, John Hancoon, and what have you, man. Say them motherfuckers should be declared enemies of the state, man.
They really should, but these from us that get around this clauses need to pay homage scam and all this dumb shit. No, we don't.
That's for real.
Black this, first black that. No, them days are over. The symbolism that might have worked for your generation, Shabaki.
Yeah.
So, but that's not working for the X generation. That's definitely not working for the Y and millennial generation. And it's damn working for the Z's. We want something tangible, not symbolism.
Right. Okay.
Budget playing, cut the check. Okay. I love it. Oh, let me see your sign. Don't back down, double down, baby. I love it. Let me see your sign. Say no to statehood. Okay, let me see your sign. Yes, no tangibles, no vote.
Big Daddy Kane performance, obviously, because they'll block the video. But Big Daddy Kane performed as well. He still has it. Performed 3 of his major hits: Raw, Ain't No Half Step In, and Smooth Operator.
Okay, you talking about Smooth Operator by Sade I Do?
No, Big Daddy Kane. I'm talking about hip hop.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then I'm sharing the link, to see if we can get some more people to join us here, and
we don't want any and everybody to pop up on here. I think I have up to 10 people though.
Yeah.
Not about the UN, brother. That's wrong. Stop.
Yeah.
If we can't enforce it, it's just like we need to change our classification, and then they'll recognize us. It's that kind of talk. We don't have time for that. It's time wasting. He said it's not about the plan. It's about your ability to declare and enforce. Unless we are prepared to produce, manufacture any and all that we use, consume, etc. immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The elder
see, that's
right.
See, that's what I was talking about. The
elder Dr. Clark said, have no friends. So how
you
poke Dr. Clark, but you're not gonna poke the fact that he said we have no friends. He said,
exactly.
Up here talking about we got allies and friends and all this with the UN. No, we don't. There's no allegiance. How you gonna no internal allegiances? Okay. Well,
because
and want to Savior look in the mirror. That's what he said. He didn't say to the UN if you want to get this and this accomplished. That's not what he said. So if you're gonna quote Dr. Clark, Dr. John Hendrick Clark, please do it right. Don't have it. He said the elder Dr. Clark was right. We know, but we don't have to be friends with motherfuckers. Business beneficial for as a people building and enforcing its more protective and longer lasting strategy than trying to bully the government out of bread. Oh no, stop it, dude.
Well, basically, white supremacy don't want to work with us.
Stop it, dude. Like literally. This is a debt that's owed. We're not trying to bully them out of it. We're coming for what is rightfully ours. That's the difference, Cold War. We're not trying to bully them out of no bread. We're literally telling them, look, you have a check. It's insufficient funds. We come to collect. We're not trying to bully them out of goddamn bread. They sending billions, if not trillions of dollars overseas. Go to foreignassistance.org, .gov. This isn't a finesse. You're trying to make it seem like it's a finesse. You're probably a teller too. I don't even think you're FBA. Where is your lineage? People? Where are you from? Jamaica? It sounds like some Jamaican talk, or some Ghanaian talk. Come on, man, stop it. You really shouldn't be speaking on this if you're not FBA, especially if y'all aren't prepared to build internal alliances. To build internal alliances with who? We got
we got 500 years to try to build an internal alliance. They haven't been working. So it's a wrap now. Now we just taking it into our own hands. That's just the way it is. If the UN, all that other stuff is not going to work with it. It's the direct line to the white supremacists.
That's a nothing burger. If the UN was going to do something, they would have did it a long time ago.
Fucking program right there.
Yeah. And then keep in mind, though, too, to give you some more fodder for your premise on that one there, too, Brother Chad, look at Dr. Ralph Bunche. Okay, he was from Los Angeles. He was a diplomat, but I found it very, very interesting, man, that he was more interested, man, with them taking over Palestine as opposed to building up something within the Black community. Now, in the 1960s, okay, let me see, who was it? Okay, you had Jomo, Kwame Nkrumah. Okay, let's see.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah, and wait a minute. Okay, the head of state. Yeah, okay, because I'm going from memory now, man. Burkina Faso.
Split.
And what have you, and what it is that they was trying to unify all of Pan-Africa. But quite naturally, of course, the U.S. under the Nixon, Johnson, Kennedy regimes, they were out there to kill that, okay? And then...
Shabaki, and I'm going to tell you why I disagree. If they were out to try to dismantle that, they wouldn't have had a known informant known as Ron Karenga
Oh yeah.
The Pan-African movement.
Right. That part. Yeah. Yeah, because he was with United Slaves. Wait a minute. The Wachenga Youth Movement.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. And then also too, you had other informants, is because I'm not going to say any names here, but there was a situation in Los Angeles where a group of Pan-Africanists were together, and what had happened was they had got pulled over by the LAPD. And one of the individuals in the car told the driver, go ahead, pull over, pull over, pull over. So he pulled over. And what he did, man, is went and flashed his tin to the LAPD. You see what I'm saying? And they let him go. So, you know, he got the mask pulled off of his face. And I don't know what this person's name was, okay? But it did come to me from a reliable source, to say. And the thing that really pisses me off is that these Europeans,
see, this is why they have signs saying "Go back to Africa" and all of that. When Frogface was talking about segregation yesterday, segregation today, and segregation tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then one presidential candidate.
They do that. They want us to go back to Africa because they don't want us to focus on the land that they have literally stolen under our feet right here. So that's a diversion tactic. So I don't think that they were trying to undermine the Pan-African movement. In fact, they were really embracing it, telling us to go back to Africa and repatriate back to Africa. And you just need to go back to Africa. But here's the thing, Sabaki, they still have a debt that is owed to us.
Well, that is true, Brother Parrish. That is true, yeah.
America with a triple K. If it wasn't for foundational Black Americans.
With the free labor off the plantation system.
Correct.
Yeah,
first
you're right.
Sold on Wall Street. We're the reason why there is a Wall Street. Had whole laws passed to keep us from reading and writing. No other group can say that.
Yeah. And then too, and the slaves who did know how to read and write, okay, they were brutalized severely. You see what I'm saying? Because the X-Men had spoke on that. You know what I mean? And I'm still, reading over the material here by Lerone Bennett, because I was trying to look for some historical data for our show Tuesday night on the Black Wall Street. And unfortunately, I didn't see none. But however, I did come across something.
Our boy Jay Dizzle was there at the rally. So he did a video of Rissa Islam speaking. So I'm going to play that next. Big Daddy Kane's performance. Big Daddy Kane still has that damn near 60.
And definitely shout out there to Jay Dizzle.
Yes. So this is Jay Dizzle's footage of the rally.
Sure, Brother Tariq Nasheed and all the rest. And of course, to the legend, real hip-hop, Brother Big Daddy Kane. And all the rest. And of course, to the legend, real hip-hop, Brother Big Daddy Kane. Say real hip-hop. Real hip-hop. Say real hip-hop. Real. All the rest. And of course, to the legend, real hip-hop, Brother Big Daddy Kane. Say real hip-hop. And of course, demand it. And we fight for it. Oh, y'all ready, man? Give yourselves a round of applause. I like this. I've been waiting this whole time.
Islam, he just won a lawsuit against the United States government. They was trying to get him on disinformation and misinformation during the jab, scandemic pandemic. So shout out to Rizza Islam for winning his lawsuit.
Rizza Islam is heavy, man. I've been reaching out to Rizza Islam, man, for the last 6 months.
I'm going to define the word reparations, and I'm going to go into the rest of what I have to say. Is that okay? Reparations is not a handout. I'm going to say this again to you weird YouTube Negroes. It is not a handout. Stop auditioning for your white slave master. Some of you are auditioning trying to get a picture in front of the White House by attacking those of us who truly stand on the grassroots and on the shoulders of our ancestors who have been fighting for this. Stop trying to attack your people to be near and dear to your slave master. You should learn that that does not last long. You're doing it from the white man's YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who owns YouTube?
White folks.
Okay, to the white folks here, welcome. You're not gonna make me feel comfortable. Welcome. Thank you for being present. Let me make this clear to all of you. When I say certain things, if it don't apply to you, don't worry about it. But if it does, then you should feel every damn ounce of pain that I'm injecting into you. If it applies, then get up, handle your business. Stop affecting our children and our people by making. But if it does, then you should feel every damn ounce of pain that I'm injecting into you. If it does, then you should feel every damn ounce of pain that I'm injecting into you. If it applies, then get up, and you should feel every.
He was having issues obviously with his connection, so it's like.
Okay, and then also too, Brother Perry says, you know, they try to limit Rizza Islam because I try to follow him many times.
Working employees. You are talking to people who have been fighting like hell to work for somebody who they don't like. 9 to 5. Some of y'all graveyard shifts. Some of y'all swing shifts. Shout out to the truck drivers. Shout out to the security guards. Shout out to the EMTs, the nurses, the teachers. All of you have been working. You're dealing with very intelligent people. Would you call yourself intelligent people?
It's not me, but it's take this experience.
When they say people aren't alive today who experience that. Wait a minute, again, many of them said this, but I'm going to reiterate it again because the first law in learning is repetition. Say repetition. 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 Reason we don't heard this before. The Negro, why didn't you activate it yet? If you heard it, why aren't you doing nothing? I'm going to say this to you. When we tell them, your people have dealt a very large injustice to us on the plantation they helped to sell us currently today. How many of you know that many of the black owned, supposedly, organizations are owned by Jewish organizations?
Well, I wouldn't know that.
I can't go down the list of names. Oh, we in some good trouble today. I like it. See, the thing is, I want you to come out and then bring your mask out in front of you. Because some of you Negroes talking about black power. All right, Master, what you want to tell them? Okay, all right. You're going to get paid to keep us quiet. The NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, founded primarily by Jewish money. You can go down to the National Action Network. You can go over to the Urban League. You can go over to all of them and realize and witness why we haven't made too much progress. Now, to the black organizations that have been working very hard, diligently, been fighting legally, spiritually, physically to build infrastructure for us as a people, we appreciate you. We applaud you. All the black organizations, to the elders, thank you for not giving up this fight. Please give a hand to our elders, please. Because many of them are tired, but they haven't given up. When I mention that Israel has America by the testicles, what do I mean? Have you ever heard of AIPAC? The American Israeli Public Action Committee? Or you could say the pimp to politicians. The pimp of politicians. Where they brag about how much money they have paid for certain politicians to get pro-Israel laws passed, policies passed to benefit that nation, but not for us. One big thing that we have to look at, our brother Dave mentioned this as well, we have a lot of smoke for the enemy out there. We ain't got no smoke for the enemy in here. All of those who are sponsored by these organizations, the reason why they don't show up to places like this is because their money and their pocket is attached to the very people we are trying to get away from. And so they cannot speak up because their money will dry up. But the reality is, if you stand on behalf of the people will support you. I am aware of this, and I can verify this right here. That's why your brother can speak the way I do, because of all of you. That's a fact. I've been approached by these bastards. Check this out, Chief. My leader is Farrakhan. Yeah. Do I care about your opinions about that? Not at all. You ain't qualified to have an opinion. I know for a fact that these Negroes who have approached me with money and with opportunity, brother, we can do this, we can get you a show here, we can do that. I have almost threatened retaliation on them personally if they ever disrespect me like that again. But I cannot say the same thing for many of you, because I personally know some of you who get in front of us are paid by this very entity. And you do a good job of pretending. Again, if it applies, it applies. But if it don't worry about it. Some of you know people who I'm talking about. I'm not just saying this. I'm serious about the fact that it is 2024. Israel has received hundreds of billions. The Ukraine has received all of this money. 9/11 quote-unquote survivors have received payouts all the time. The natives received it, rightfully so. Some Japanese for internment camps, the Chinese for certain circumstances. Okay, we get it. But why not us? Everyone else has people with testicles who stand up for their own needs. But where the hell are ours? First thing I want you to do is any person who stands in front of us, look at who is funding them. First thing, who pays these people? I don't care if they wear a bow tie, a straight tie, a fez, a kufi, whatever they got on, no suit. Find out who funds them and you will be surprised. Do you hear me? Oh, it's getting quiet for a reason. Y'all listening? Are y'all listening? See, you gotta take action after this. Don't just get comfortable like, oh, that sounded nice, good speech. No. You're gonna have to do something after this. You do know that, right? No. Let me just make this real. The FBI is literally out here. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is out here. The CIA is out here. We spotted one of them on the roof. We just you out here now, nigga. They got all your pictures. You can't go nowhere. You was at that damn rally with Brother Rizzo. You think I'm playing? It's too many of them. Let's be ready for it. Let me continue. Y'all all right? Give yourselves a round of applause as we get deeper now. I had to warm it up a little bit because we're going to get into some more heavy things. For those who are saying, well, wait a minute, reason we were not alive, and neither were your ancestors who were dealt this injustice. Okay. To our two sisters who are the last two living survivors from the Tulsa race massacre. Give them a round of applause. See, at a certain point, some of us don't believe that evil really exists. Some of us don't want to believe that this government sincerely does not care about us. We don't want to believe that, well, brother, I'm getting my assistance, I'm getting my food stamps. No. That don't mean I care about you. Same thing with a pimp and a prostitute. Ain't no care right there. It's a business transaction. They give you that because they know it's going right back into the economy. Which is another reason why I'm going to bring up the other side of reparations. But we have to be mindful now that at this point, when I see the fact that Ukraine has now been offered and confirmed to be given a $50 billion contract stimulus loan by G7, the group of seven, and was heavily encouraged by the United States. Did you hear about that? Oh, did you hear about that? You mean to tell me they have money in the budget for somebody all the way over there? In a nation that we shouldn't be involved in the first place? Who are fighting against their own brethren, kin and cousins that belongs to them, over talking about Russia. Why are you over there? America, is your involvement in Ukraine a humanitarian effort or your ability to wash money? So you know what I'm talking about. Look, all the drug dealers said, ooh. Just playing on me to insult y'all like that. The United States has investments in over 15 pharmaceutical companies in the Ukraine. A number of them were involved in making the COVID vaccination. Anthony Fauci has multiple investments in the Ukraine. Is it making more sense to you now? They find ways to wash their money, and they come back and get it over here. As if, oh, we're helping people. They don't give a damn about no Ukrainian people. Just the same as they don't care about the Palestinian people. When people say free Palestine, I agree. I just say free black people first. Or even simultaneously. But the point is, stop jumping over there before you handle business here. Some of you weird Negroes talking about, brother, you ain't talking about Palestine enough. Nigga, what are you talking about? I don't hear not one of you doing nothing in the community for our people anywhere. You do nothing. Get the hell off the computer. Stop being so scared and get them feet dirty. Get them elbows dirty. Find your place where you fit. Brothers, we need more soldiers in the street to do domestic policing so that we can take care of our community, because I don't trust them. You know what I'm talking about. Respectfully, I don't. I respect those who do the right thing, but at the same time, we have enough soldiers in our community to police ourselves. Do you agree? The difference is we have to pay for our protection, because let's be very clear. Thank you to the two people who said yes. Hey, brother. Yes. Yes. How many of you go to work for free? No, raise your hand, please. Raise your hand. I just want to see who's lying. If you want your protection within our community, we have to pour money into community pots for our protection. This way, we don't need domestic terrorists coming and occupying our neighborhoods. But if we don't do something about it for ourselves, we can't argue with them for coming in and doing what they do. Do you hear me? See how it gets quiet when we gotta do something? Why are you so soft now? This is the stuff I'm talking about. This enemy watches every response, and they look at our psychological reaction to determine, oh, that nigga ain't gonna do nothing. She ain't gonna do nothing. She ain't gonna do nothing about that either. Pay attention. Next point here. For those who said, well, many of your people were not alive during the time of the transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow, and all of the horrific things that happened to your people where they were giving your children to alligators and cutting off body parts and having them as party favors after picnics. And they were peeling our skin, making them into pillows and chair covers. All the stuff that you've done to us. You raped us, you robbed us. Buck-breaking farms. A lot of you today are applauding brothers being buck-broken. Sisters, I'm going to talk to you in a second. This situation that has continued to perpetuate as of right now is the same situation. They just do it in a different way. So right now, what are we looking at? How is it that the artists, the athletes, the big bankers, and black celebrities in particularly, how did you allow this government to encourage you to push for the mass experimentation on your people over the last 3 years? I'm going right there. You mean to tell me that we don't deserve reparations for back then? All right, let's go to right now. You experimented on our people, and you encouraged us to go and vax that thing up. You encouraged us to go get a piece of chicken for a shot, to go get a lobster dinner for a shot, out here in Washington State to go get some joints for jabs. You gave us free 30 minutes with a prostitute if we took a shot. If we were in jail, you gave us free conjugal visits for 30 minutes with a woman of our choosing. You did all of this just for us to turn around and find out that everything we knew to be true. It is affecting the reproductive system. It is affecting the heart and nervous system. It is affecting all parts of the damn body. Now, for those of you who took it, don't feel like I'm coming at you. I'm talking to the artists who pushed it. Yes, we have a responsibility, but let's be very clear. Our people are impressionable. We love who we love. We trust who we trust. Is that right? Brother Reed's up here. Okay, I would say some of you do trust what I have to say. And if you feel the same way about certain artists and celebrities, when they say go out here and take that shot, brother, some of you went and did it. I understand. That's why I'm not talking to you entirely. I have to address them because the biggest issue that we have now is we don't want to hold nobody accountable. Cancel culture. You ain't canceled this enemy yet. But you want to sit here and argue when we want to hold certain artists accountable. If they pushed the shot, we must hold them accountable. Hundreds of millions of people, our people, they need over 5 billion on the planet to get at least one dose of this.
Devil.
You too damn tolerant. I'm gonna say it again. You're too tolerant. Other nations will make examples of their people. See, you see how quiet you got? It's real. And if they don't get held accountable, I don't give a damn what none of them have to say. This is why some of you ain't having on your platforms, but you have that devil Fauci on there. I'm gonna say it again. Many of you had that open devil who pushed AZT that was killing people dealing with AIDS back in the 80s and 90s. The same devil who was experimenting on dogs and other human beings with this shot and other shots, and he has now been brought in front of the U.S. House Committee at least 5 times and walked back every damn thing he said. Did you hear what I just said to you? I know y'all didn't watch the 3-hour interview. I know you didn't watch it. This bastard literally walked back everything. Well, I didn't actually say that. The 6 feet rule, it didn't come about by science. It just happened. That was his actual word. Well, we didn't experiment necessarily. Yes, we did do gain of function, but I mean, well. The reason why some of you don't have enough energy against his enemy is because it's too hard. But if Fauci was black, y'all be in front of his house right now. And that's the no. Can I say it again? If Fauci were a black man, you would be in front of his house right now. You making music about him. You making all kind of crazy stuff. But because he's a white man. And even other white folks say this. Because he's white. Y'all soft. Let me move on with some of y'all. Get off the stage. Don't take me off the stage. You need to be held accountable too. Because what you fail to realize, and I'm going to say this, I'm speaking to the heart of our people now. Brothers and sisters, all of y'all have a soldier inside of you. These children and those who are right above that age, you have to be mindful that whatever fight we are fighting now, they will inherit. If we don't end it now, they will inherit it. End it now. Say it with me. End it now. End it now. End it now. So another topic is reparations. This has everything to do with it. Just when we talk about responsibility, people get quiet. Let's move on. People who are a part of our reparations happen to be the ADL. I'm talking about people who are involved in this. The Anti-Defamation League. How many of you have heard of that organization? An organization would say they are created to, fight for Jewish people. Okay, I have no problem with that side. But why do you work with the FBI to investigate and help to assassinate my black leaders? Why have you always done this for over 80 years? The ADL is a part of that. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, is a part of those who have to be held accountable for reparations. The state of Israel, who send in their military training to train the police officers who domestically abuse us with inhumane tactics, are trained by the Israeli military. You have to be held accountable as well. Sure. But the experiment that took place on our people over the last 3 years, guess what, United States government? You owe us reparations for that too. Did y'all hear what I just said? You can't say, well, for the past, we don't owe you nothing. What about now? You just injected a biological weapon into my body that you knew, Pfizer, in the trial was going to affect my sperm, my ovaries, my lungs, my brain and nervous system. They knew this in the trial before they released the shots to the public. Did you know that? So that means you intentionally did it, which means you are a murderer. In the court of law. In the court of law. Okay. Y'all with me so far? Certain.
Okay, Cold War. Here's the thing, though. Like I said, you might be pushing for that, but you're going about it all the wrong way. You keep bringing up the UN. That's not the right way of going about this. He says, again, brothers, I urge to read the entire economy and do so to overstate and reply instead of to the federal. We are a movement putting our people in a position to be completely independent and autonomous. Prayerfully the same as all, regardless of what in between steps may be required. So we are an example of that ally we are speaking of. Yeah, we have to do this. Yes,
all right, so this is Cold War right here.
He said, if you want an ally, you want a friend. He said, look in the mirror. That is your ally and your friend. That's what Dr. John Henry Clark said. So like I said, if
right.
you're going to quote him right, don't just have a quote him. Quote him all the way around. He said, we understand what's owed, but regardless of how you want to sauce it up, it's still bullying them out of their bread. Really? Bullying them out of the bread that they owe us, though? They owe us this. We're literally...
Yeah, so it's not bullying Cold War, it's a debt, you know what I'm saying, that's overdue in payment. You see what I'm saying? Just like when they turn your fucking lights off, well, past due, so we're pulling a plug on your ass. Just like on your car note, past due, so we're repossessing it. You see what I mean?
The bill is due, America. Cut the goddamn check.
Pretty much, yes. You see? And what they owe now, sir, is $950 trillion. Is because we tag an interest on it. They say, and I don't give a good goddamn man if it takes them 20 centuries to pay it, but they need to start making some type of form of payment. And we ain't talking about like no goddamn gift cards, man, from Walmart. We ain't talking about no fucking cards from Google. You say we're not talking about no goddamn vouchers.
No goddamn scholarships. None of that shit.
Right. Right, because all they got to do is cut the fucking check.
Bill, the end of qualified immunity across the goddamn board.
That part.
And tax-free, tax exemption. The hell we paying taxes for, and there ain't none of this tax money benefiting us. Doing nothing to help.
Exactly.
It's helping everybody but us. And we pull the plug on there. So you can think of it as bullying all you want. It's a new day on the plantation. We're not going for this shit no more.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, Brother Paris, about look at the Montgomery bus boycott. Let that there be our model. You see what I'm saying? Although they applied it to a bus company, but you could do the same thing, man, with this goddamn AI. You could do the same fucking thing with Google's stinking ass, stinky bird, the whole fucking 9 yards, but it's not going to work unless we do it collectively. Period. See, that's the part, man. You know,
sounds like bullying because we're being very demanding, and we're being very.
This ain't bullying.
Our hands. They're not going to wait this out. We are prepared to sit out several election cycles.
Oh, absolutely.
See, you must be new here, Cold War. Anybody that's been following us since our inception, we literally said this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. See,
exactly.
It's some overnight secession, and it's not happening.
Exactly.
We prepared ourselves to sit out several election cycles, just so the Democrats, mainly, but still, majority of our people vote Democrat, get the damn memo that we're not playing about our tangibles. If you want our vote,
yes, sir.
For us. Otherwise, don't even waste your time. Don't come to us pandering. None of that. If you're not going to do nothing for us, don't even waste your time. Don't waste your time. Don't waste our time. Just stop. So.
In the Arab nations, you are a part of our enslavement. Right. Y'all don't think I was going to go there. Brother Reese, ain't you a Muslim? Yes. And certain Arab nations, you are a part of our enslavement. You must pay us reparations. Certain African nations. With all due respect, brother. And some of them have
this is where I have to debate with Rizzo on this
citizenship and a number of other things. So we applaud that. But at the same time, the other nations in Africa that were involved you must pay reparations too. Would you agree? So we got a call to roll.
No, on that one I don't agree because those were neo-colonialists. That's why.
No, they were not neo-colonialists at that time. They were colonialists or collaborators with the colonists. But no, they
Okay,
weren't
but that.
colonialists. Neo-colonialist means they're new colonialists, meaning in the 21st century, 20th century. We talk about 16th century, 15th century, 14th century, when the transatlantic slave trade started.
Okay, but keep in mind, though, brother Check. Okay, but keep in mind, though.
Collaborated with the leaders of these European powers to enslave our ancestors.
Okay, but keep in mind, though, brother Check.
As well as the European rape slaving trading pedophiles.
Okay, but keep in mind, though, too, brother Check, the ones who did the selling were captured also. You see what I mean?
It matters, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, they still sold us into slavery. So
let's say
be to account for that. That's an exception to the reparations. The whole world owes. We can't just cherry pick and say, "Oh, it's just the Europeans." No, Africans owe, Arab nations owe, whoever had any kind of involvement with the enslavement of our ancestors owes.
Okay, but Brother Paris, as you know, the ones who did the selling were captured also. It was a divide and conquer technique. But however, I do see your reasoning is because, yeah, you know what, man? Yeah, you're right on that there, Brother Paris, because I just thought about something. Yeah, them motherfuckers, old man, because they sat there and allowed themselves to be bullshitted. Yeah, you got a point on that one. Yeah, for them sitting there and allowing themselves to be bullshitted like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I see your reasoning. I see your reasoning on that. I see your reasoning on that. Say, because you sat there and allowed yourself to be bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Just like, what was the story, man? Not Little Red Riding Hood, but the child who was entrusted to take the money to pay a debt for the family, and then some bandits came up on them and they didn't take it from them, but they bullshitted them out of it. I forgot who it was. You see what I'm saying? They took advantage of their innocence. And then the cold part about it is why I'm so adamant about it, is because, you know, you gave these stinking ass motherfuckers, man, the concept of agriculture, medicine, geometry, trigonometry, astronomy. You see what I'm saying? And then these fuck boys from Greece is going to take it up there like Socrates, Plato, and who was the other motherfucker? Socrates, Plato, and it was Aristotle. Yeah, them tricks. Talking about, you know, that they created that when these damn pirates had went down there and pilfered, lied, deceit. But yeah, you're right though, Brother Paris, because, you know, the motherfuckers who allowed themselves to be bullshitted on that. Yeah, man, so I stand corrected on that, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because they allowed themselves to be bullshitted. And something that told them that when these stinking, nasty-ass motherfuckers came up there who didn't wash their nasty goddamn asses, that should have told them something about that right there.
Should have.
Yeah, and then when they brought their, and then keep in mind, Brother Paris, and then when they brought their broads with them, man, and they didn't know nothing about feminine hygiene, you know, them was some raunchy-ass, nasty-ass broads.
Initially, they wasn't bringing women at all. Some sick individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Family, get up in the reparation. Yeah. Y'all nervous? I hope not. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said that America will be wise to give our people reparations so that God will consider sparing your destruction. Consider it. Some of y'all,
I remember that speech.
Some of y'all say John, the Most High, Jesus, whatever God you refer to, that's fine. But the reality is America is under divine judgment. Would you agree? Nations are turning against her.
Yep.
Saudi Arabia has just refused to renew the 50-year agreement for oil with America. Do you have any idea of how big that really is? Russia with China. Now their currencies are number one with each other. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you? This thing is not about to last too long. So America, you will be wise, I would say, because other nations have always looked at what you have done to black people. And that's another reason why they don't like dealing with you. So at this point, I would say personally, it will be wise for them to give up reparations. Are y'all ready for me to go to the rest of this? You sure? All right? You strong? Yeah. Okay. We're not just talking because we will have some marching orders at the end of this. The CIA, you absolutely, for the assassination of our leaders, when they traveled, have to pay us or be involved in reparations. This is a class action lawsuit. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Raise your hand if you are a lawyer or know of a lawyer.
Well, I disagree with a class action lawsuit.
Anybody?
That's $1 million motherfuckers getting $1 a piece.
Y'all hear what I'm saying? Yeah. See, I'm making sure I'm asking this question to make sure we're getting it, because at this point now, once we get done talking about it, we got to put our feet to the ground and start making moves on it. So let's go to the next part here. BRICS, as we already know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they have added the United Arab Emirates, they have added other nations. They are coming for the #1 spot. Why does that matter to you? Why does that matter to us? Because the dollar is already going down. So the U.S. government, I believe, is going to wait for it to almost be completely unusable and then want to cut the check. Some of y'all got it, you're like, damn.
House been saying that since day one. Since we started on the reparations movement, he said, well, they cut the check, they're going to value the currency and they ain't going to be worth nothing. He said,
right, well,
they're going to
okay, now on that there, Brother Check, that there is when we had the discussion that time about getting the land, is because land is a major factor of production. Okay, currency is a minor factor of production.
We can't trust them to get the land.
Well, that too.
Give us no fertile land. They're going to give us the worst arid, farmable type of land.
Oh, yeah, just like when I had that boll weevil in the Dust Bowl era. Yeah.
They're going to a situation like that 100 years later. Lost a lot of black towns as a result of that shit.
Yeah, you're right. You know,
closer to home was Deerfield. We had a whole black town here, 1,000 acres. Black town mysteriously disappeared, and now it's down to 150 acres. So what the hell happened to the other 100? What happened to the 850 acres? There's preservation on it and everything. Like they got a whole proclamation on it at the State House and everything. And can't nobody answer those basic questions. Remember, on Mile High investigated it, and they had sent ops to check out what we were doing, like here and all this type of shit. Yeah.
That makes sense. Hence the reason why we ain't got too much time. See, some of you are celebrating Pride Month. That's so nice. You're celebrating Pride Month. Some of you don't think reparations is possible, but you believe changing your gender is.
Yeah, that part.
Losing your damn mind. Go against everything scientific and logical. Oh, black people never get reparations, but here, chop this off. I'm a woman now. To the trans community, you know I'm speaking the truth. And trust me, if you run up, you will be dealt with as who you are. With love, I say that to you, but I see some of y'all get beside yourself. If it applies, it applies. If it don't, hell, it don't. And I say that to the entire LGBTQ plus and whatever community. We have family who are part of that. We get that. But since when has that become a damn nationality? When does that become something of a nationhood? How is that flag tied to the U.S. flag? You know that means when it's tied together, that means that is a declarized or declared nation, which means from the top of this nation, as they put the damn flag on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, they hung it right on the front of the White House, which means the United States government is saying this is the nationality. We're not American, we're LGBTQ rainbow.
Yeah.
And other nations are laughing at us. And they're saying, yeah.
That part.
You're women, right? All right, y'all, let's start training. Let's start training. You mean the women, right? Yeah, you got the weapons ready? You got that? You mean the women, right? You can understand foreign policy and understand how people look over here. So when the brother said you need to start training, what does that mean? Get off the damn computer. Be honest with yourself. Start getting in the gym. Do your calisthenics. Training martial arts, boxing. Whatever the hell we're going to do. But know that whatever happens over there will happen here. I'm almost done.
And trying to kill.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Got a point.
Giving less reparation.
Richard got a point.
The economy. Would you agree? Let's break this down real quick. I think Dave Chappelle had a skit on this. But a brother said reparations has been granted to black people by the United States government. Hundreds of billions or a couple trillion. Yeah, trillion. Sounds better. Some trillions, right? Yeah. Say trillion. Say trillion. You're like, brother, I just can't say it. I don't believe it. Say trillion. He said reparations was given to black people. And what happened? All of our people went out and paid all our phone bills.
That's what this video is. It's like the rest of the scenes. Shout out to Jay Jessup for getting that on the ground footage.
Okay, that looks like Seattle.
By paying.
No, wait a minute. That's Texas. I think it's Texas.
It's not any of that. It's Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Oh, now we get quiet. See, they get quiet on the money side.
Say it again.
Only when it has to do with us, though. They get quiet when it comes to the land, because that's a part of reparations.
Exactly.
Also, being exempt from taxes. There's another part. Y'all should clap for that. Wait a minute now. Don't get nervous all of a sudden. Some of y'all are like, oh, damn, it's real, brother. Real. Reason, can you calm down, brother? Brother, can you relax, brother? You gonna make them investigate me when I leave here today, brother. No, the reality is, if you ain't doing nothing against this enemy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Most of you talk tough, but you ain't built like this. You will not be able to withstand what this enemy brings against you. You think you can handle it until you are faced with it. Raise your hand if you have been to prison. Raise your hand if you've been to prison or jail, whichever one. There's a difference.
Comments, bro. We really here to deal with any of our people who are either moving shit or serious about moving shit. I'm hoping you brothers and few others of our people in the audience are that. We're not talking about rallying, marching, talking, commentary, or to get reparations. We're talking about really going to get them and them being prepared for all that comes after. Whether you do so now or later, I urge you all to go back and read my comments in there.
We read all your site Babel. Again, how is that getting us any closer to the goal? How is anything that you have said getting us any closer to the goal? Like, this is literally time wasting. This is the type of stuff that gets you removed from the platform. So I suggest you stop. This is like the last warning that you get. If you leave another comment like this, you're gonna be removed. Understood?
In real life, not on the internet. They took down my page, brother. Raise your hand if you know
they
for
took
a fact that
off
the
of Twitter.
government has done things to prevent you from accessing wealth, preventing you from helping your family, preventing you from having a level of freedom that a lot of other people enjoy. Everyone should be raising their hand at this point, whether you know it or not. So reparations applies across the board. I'm going to mention this to you as well. When you are mentioning to us, why do y'all want something for free? Don't ever insult black people like that again. Ain't nobody sitting here on their damn pockets waiting for a check from the government. You are talking to business owners. You are talking to hard-working employees. You are talking to people who have been fighting like hell to work for somebody who they don't like. 9-to-5s. Some of y'all graveyard shifts. Some of y'all swing shifts. Shout out to the truck drivers. Shout out to the security guards. Shout out to the EMTs, the nurses, the teachers. All of you have been working. You're dealing with very intelligent people. Would you call yourself intelligent people? Personally believe and know at this point that the state of Israel has America by the testicles. Yes, I'm going there. Because the biggest issue that we have now is we don't want to hold nobody accountable. Cancel culture, cancel culture. You ain't canceled this enemy yet. But you want to sit here and argue when we want to hold certain artists accountable. If they pushed the shot, we must hold them accountable. Hundreds of millions of people, our people, and then over 5 billion on the planet took at least one dose of this.
Devil.
You too damn tolerant. I'm gonna say it again. You're too tolerant. Other nations will make examples of their people in the court of law. Okay, y'all with me so far? Certain Arab nations, you are a part of our enslavement. Here, I'm almost done.
I'm trying to get.
Last part of the space. Next topic. Yeah, there's not no time wasted.
Later for the commercial, later for the commercial, later for the commercial, skip it.
He said reparations was given to black people. What? Tell us out again. You will not be able to come to us to get the people off of you. Did you hear what I just said? Damn, y'all get this. It's cooler now. You should be clapping hard. Y'all like, damn, brother. All right, calm down. Sister, how tired are you of dealing with this? How tired are you? How tired are you of dealing with all this? Brothers, how tired are you of dealing with it? Are you tired enough to stop killing each other? Are you tired enough to stop patronizing other businesses and organizations and completely focusing on your own? Are you tired enough to stand up against those who try to attack you and let them know you ain't coming over here to stop me, God going? Stay over there and leave us the hell alone. Are you tired enough to demand and then follow it up with action and strategy and organized movement? This is not something we just saying. Some of y'all like, I've heard it already, brother. I've heard it all. Well, why the hell ain't you done it, brother? Stop with that. I've heard it all before. You ain't did nothing to activate on these words. If we haven't done it, then that's why we got to keep saying it, keep saying it. Big difference. I would tell you this. If we want politicians to do what we say, we have to buy them. Some of y'all don't like that. I'm going to say it one more time for those of you who spend so much money.
Rod Anderson been saying that. He said, buy or rent a politician.
Yeah. They are for sale.
Chicken and Jordans and all that damn stuff you're not supposed to spend money on. If you want a politician to do for you, you gotta buy him. For the reason that's illegal. Say that to AIPAC. Say that to all the congresspersons who get paid by pharmaceuticals and oil companies and all these other companies. They get bought and they walk up with what are they called? Lobbyists. And people will say, listen, hey, we got $1 billion to get you in there, but all you have to do is sign on the dotted line and you will be doing A, B, C, D, E, F for our people. And you can get this check.
No more mention nothing about
that's how it's done. You know how it's not done? I'm tired of marching, y'all. I'm very serious. How many of you have $1 that you can contribute to a candidate who you know is going to do something for us? $1. I'm not running for nothing, so that ain't the punchline. I'm running for the way that
contribute to me.
But that's the kind of commitment we need. Brother Reese, have you done it? Yes, I have. I'm not going to tell you which politicians, because I don't need them folks going after them.
You cut the brother off before he finishes every time.
To 2 politicians.
This must be more about you than it is about our people. We are grown men, brother. Save that energy for the opposition.
Okay, dude, I'm about to drop
this is about all of our people who are part of our collective, not personal ego. 40 million strong.
All right, bro. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna explain it because this don't make no damn sense. First of all, are you even FBA? Do you even qualify for reparation? Are you even eligible for this? And why are you even? I'm getting side-eyed. I think I'm getting tetherized. You see saying 40 million strong? Yes, FBA is 40 million strong. This has nothing to do with my personal ego. It's everything to do with your plebiscite babbling, though. So I'm gonna drop the link. I would like you to come up here and tell us how your way of going about things is going to get us closer to reparations. Otherwise, don't bother coming up
here. Well, I concur with that there, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying?
So the link has been dropped, Cold War. If you would like to come up here, tell us how what you're seeing on your screen right now is not the right way of going about this. And you have a better way of going about it to get us what is rightfully ours. Because everything that you have stated is not getting us close to getting reparations. In fact, it is standing in the way of us getting reparations because you want us to go to the people that are literally responsible for oppressing us and in cahoots with those that are responsible for oppressing us to somehow have an epiphany moment and see, oh, they've done something wrong, and actually hold the United States accountable for the crimes against humanity that they have continued to occur over the past 247 years.
Yeah, man. So why don't you come on and join us there, Cold War? We'll listen to you.
Got them in office and
and by the way, too, Cold War, you got a donation, man, you could drop on this platform, man, because do you know, Cold War, that we spend, man, to keep this platform up on a monthly basis well over $355 combined?
Yeah, what you got on
it? Yeah, that part.
Like, what you talking about, man? You just plebiscite babbling. I dropped the link, so if you want to come up here, you can. Otherwise, good riddance.
And we will let you speak. Cold War. And we're not going to step on you, man. Just come up here respectfully, man. You know what I'm saying? And see what you got to say, man. That's it. Ain't nobody hating on you, man. You know? Give us some input, man. Show us how it's done. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it takes like about 5 seconds to click the link, about another 5 seconds for it to tune in. We all up late. Man, we up late every night, we the people. We up late every night, man, is because we are getting exhausted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we get exhausted doing this, sir. You know what I'm saying? Come on and join us. Give us some input. Share the link. Let's fill this whole board up tonight. And we ain't hating on our people. Hey, to quote the heavyweight champion of in the 1960s, hey, man, bluebirds stay with bluebirds, white birds stay with white birds, black birds stay with black birds. We love our people.
Right.
I should clap for that. Yeah. Brother, all y'all doing is talking, dude.
So, just some context. Just hopped on. I'm playing the clip of the FBA rally for reparations that took place this past weekend. Oh, you did hop up here. What's up, Cold War?
What's going on, bro?
Greetings to you, Cold War.
Yeah, greetings. Big Fours, Black Power, salute, etc.
Always.
I went
already.
Yeah,
where are you from, Cold War?
I'm from Philadelphia, but
okay.
Where's your parents from?
The Pennsylvania area and North Carolina.
And before that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have any Caribbean roots, if that's the case. If that's what we're hitting at. Either way.
It sounds like an accent, brother, and it's not a Southern accent. It's a Caribbean sounding accent.
Bro, I mean, when I say I'm as melanite as you, If not more,
You sound like a Jamaican or Haitian accent. Hey, Sister Ashita.
bro. Listen.
Us.
Look, I come as an ally, brother. I come as an ally.
Okay.
And when I say this, I'm currently in North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? I have roots that are connected to here, you know, like family land, you know, past woo, you understand what I'm saying? So it's not like this, I'm coming from outside of the FBA community.
Okay.
But what I'm hitting at is I'm with you guys. We are a potential ally, but we speaking about the long term. What happens after we collect the bread, or what exactly are the steps that we are looking to take for those of us who might be potential allies to tap in, so that we can see where we can meet on the common ground and how we can build together. That's what.
Okay, let me interrupt for 1 second, Cold War. Okay, let me ask you a question, Cold War. Are you familiar with the concept of macroeconomics?
At the end of the day, an economy is simply built off of a series of transactions. We have to build our own economy, but are we looking to build it internally and continue to try to develop within the system, or are we looking to ultimately build and step away and have our own altogether?
Ultimately, build and have our own.
Right.
Here, but we've been stressing on this platform for the past 4 years. Reparations and separations.
Yeah, because integration didn't work. And then keep in mind, Cold War. And then, of course, Sister Akshita. We always got to hear from Sister Akshita, you know, the matriarch. Okay, first place, Cold War. I don't know what age group you in, man. I'm going to say, okay, let me ask you a question. What decade were you born in?
I was born in the 80s.
Okay. Now, I was born in the late 1950s. Okay. Now, with me being an elder before my transition, I have to pass down the knowledge, and Brother Paris already knows this as well as Sister Akshita, to your generations, man, to make the right decisions. Now, when I pass down this information, man, develop off of it, scratch it, and come up with something better, you know, because me and Brother Che, you know, we have our disagreements, but we disagree agreeably, because you'll never hear me and Brother Che shout over each other. Not unless, of course, it's when the Raiders is playing the Broncos. You know, that's a whole different, that's a stress relief for us. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King, I remember the day that he was assassinated. It was April 4th, 1968. Now, the reason why I have to tell you this, man, so you can grab the concept. A relative in my family had a birthday, April 4th, okay? My mother was in the kitchen preparing food to take over for the birthday celebration. I'm up here watching me some Roadrunner, man, and some Bugs Bunny and Wile E. Coyote, man, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, a special report comes on saying that Dr. King was shot and killed in Memphis, Tennessee. So my mother asked me, what was the special report? And I says, I don't know, Mama, just some man they said named Dr. King was killed in Memphis. And she hit the ceiling, the phone started ringing. People was outside of their houses, man, crying, have you heard, have you heard, have you heard? Now, I was in Los Angeles at the time. Damn near every major city in the United States, Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, man, they lit it up, brother. They lit it up. But Los Angeles was quiet is because 3 years earlier, LA had the Watts riot, and then everybody was probably, man, putting in their reserves for the party that happened in 1992 in LA. You know what I'm saying? No justice, no peace. You know, I was there for that one. So what it is, man, is that we got to have our own educational facilities. We have to have our elders, you know, bring down the history to us, such as Dr. Marimba Ani and Dr. John Henry Clark, because you see, brother, we have no allies. You see what I'm saying? These other groups going up here, man, listening to hip hop, using this term nigga so loosely, man, no, that's unacceptable. Now, I saw on a YouTube video where there was to have this quote unquote battle rap. So the white boy says, well, man, you all use the word, so I'm just going to use it, nigga. Bam! Right cross caught him. between the first G and the second G in the ER. Young brother just connected properly. If you think what's his name got laid out here in Vegas the other night by Tank Davis, you should have seen this one. So what we got to do is that we got to stop this infighting amongst ourselves. See, we have to agree disagreeably, because to quote our East Coast correspondent, you know, he's not with us tonight, Brother Isaiah, each one teach one. I learn a lot from Sister Akshita. I learn a lot from Brother Che. So what I do is I just pass down, man, on what I live through. Now, if this is evolution and uplifting us as a people, hey, fine, great, beautiful. Even Bruce Lee said, take what is useful and leave what is useless. You see what I'm saying? Universal law and principle. But all this set tripping, all this will mean East Coast versus West Coast and all that, man. No, brother. And I understand, man, there's been a lot of damage done to in the community on ourselves, because I had a homie tell me, he says, well, Shabak, that's all fine and dandy, but are you going to forgive a dude, man, that killed your mother? Of course not. So what the point is that whatever internal conflicts that we have to settle it amongst ourselves, just like with Rizza Islam is speaking right here, because I follow Rizza Islam on Stinky Bird. They took him down because Rizza Islam is hitting that juice. The X-Man hit it with the juice. Dr. King hit it with the juice. You see what I'm saying? And all of our scholars. So what we have to do is that we have to control our own infrastructures of commerce, education, real estate, and banking. You see what I mean? Case in point, like the brother man who is the world's richest banker over there in Nigeria, you know what these white folks did to him? Hey man, come to Las Vegas and see the Super Bowl. So the dude gets on a plane from West Africa. I guess he landed at JFK. Then he gets on a plane to go to LA. Then they give him a helicopter ride to come to Las Vegas. Guess what, brother? He never made it to Las Vegas. Helicopter crashed. Now you tell me.
Bro, you know what the enemy does, what the enemy is potentially capable of. I don't think anybody that really takes on this task doesn't kind of at least get a small understanding of, you know, what the possibilities are in that way. So,
well, sir, to quote the words of Dr. Huey Percy Newton in his Revolutionary Suicide, right? When he went to the community in Oakland, California in 1966, he told them, hey, man, once you set on this path, man, you are doomed. And he had wrote his autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. Now, you have reactionary suicide. Oh, man, I can't pay my bills, man. That no good broad I was so in love with went off with the homeboy. Let me go jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. But to quote the words of the heavyweight champion in 1967 when he refused induction to the military, and he goes to the University of Texas, and they called him a coward for not going to the war in Vietnam. He had stated, well, if I'm going to die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you. Do I have any challengers? You could hear a pin drop in the room, brother.
Right.
Yeah, you see.
Be with that, bro. It's like this. It's how far are we willing to go? How accountable? What steps are we prepared to take? Now, like you were saying a few moments ago, you were saying that we have to have all of these infrastructure. We have to have all of these, which means that a lot of them have to be built from scratch. It doesn't mean we have to reinvent the wheel. It's a lot of things, you know, like you were saying earlier, you take bits and pieces that work and what don't leave, you know, etc. You know, if everything was already mapped out, then a lot of the work would have been done. We'd be a lot further than what we are, just to be real. You know what I'm saying? There's no particular group that got all the answers. There's no step booklet that's going to cover us for the next 150 years plus. You know what I'm saying? We happen to create this as we go along, but we have a lot of tools, instruments, potential allies internally and internationally, because you have a lot of our other communities of Melanites in other places that have resources, that have different things that could be beneficial on our end and in terms of their end. And just to be real, at this point, you know, the motherland will always be the quote unquote heartbeat of our people. I don't care if you came by migration earlier, if you came here through, you know, later exploitation, etc. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how you got, that's always going to be the heartbeat. But at this point, we are the face and we are the head.
Okay.
Of our people,
all right.
The entire diaspora. You know what I'm saying? So what we're able to do here now.
Tone. We set the tone. Foundational Black Americans set the tone. Not those on the continent. They don't set the tone. We've literally been fighting this beast for 500 years.
Understand me, bro. I just said exactly what you just said. I said that the motherland will always be the heartbeat, but we are the brain and we are the face now. You know what I'm saying? There's people are imitating African culture throughout the world. They're imitating our culture. They're taking on our features and doing the things that we're doing, exploiting and taking all of what would be our resources and using them for their gains in their communities. You understand what I'm saying? I'm with you 1,000%, bro. I need you to understand this because we, like he was just saying, if we're gonna do this, we need as many of us on deck as possible. We've been doing this for quite some time, just like you guys have, and we know that real, true people who are ready to put boots to the motherfucking ground are hard to come by. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people who do a lot of this. There's a lot of people who want attention. You know, there are other personal gains that come from being in this from being in this field. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that have benefited from some of our hopes, dreams, aspirations, a lot of our people's ignorance, and you know, not really nobody's jumping off the porch to be a goddamn revolutionist. You know what I'm saying? So,
well,
at the end of the day,
as Dr. Newton said, as Dr. Newton said, brother, not cutting your wisdom, Cold War, but once you set on this path, you have to realize you're a doomed man. Because like I said, brother, I'm closer to my eventual transition, okay? I cannot go before our ancestors with my head held high, not knowing that I did my best. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I'm perhaps one of the most dumbest individuals out here of passing it on what I lived through to the next generations so they can make the proper generations for the future. Okay, now, you heard old Tricky Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a crook. Biggest crook gone. Okay, and then his brother Paris had came across information that him, Henry Kissinger, and in the ISIS papers, that Dr. Wilson had stated that they're going to come across this type of program and they're going to implement it on us, you know what I'm saying, without us even being aware about it, man. And then we're going to wake up and find out what happened. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
I do.
You know. So, that's all that I'm relating there, brother. You know what I'm saying?
And listen,
and
bro,
what happened?
I'm not sure at what point I could connect with you or, my name up here, I have to use the Cold War name because I can't use my real name. Like I've been having beef. I
don't blame you. I do not blame you in the least.
No, just hear me out, bro. Just hear me out. We got like real beef with like Meta. So we can't share like none of our certain content. We can't share our website link. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I had to create a whole email. You know, they try to get you to send your ID in and all. YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you feel me? I went through all that with them. So I'm actually via 40M. Our website is 40m.us. That's not an advertisement to get up here and say anything in particular. But if anything happens to where I can make contact with you guys or build with you guys beyond just this point, you know what I'm saying? That'll be a way to reach out. I'm literally via 40M on any and everything. Our email is 40mforever@gmail.com. Reach out. We're looking to tap in with any and everybody. I don't care what you have to offer. If it ain't nothing but wisdom, if it ain't nothing but time, effort, just sharing mutual content, building off of ideas, whatever. Because at the end of the day, we really doing this for the people. Like this ain't about me as an individual. I love you, brothers. in the melanated power, black power way. You know what I'm saying? But it's not about y'all individually either. It's about all of us and everybody that comes after us. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be willing to at least consider everything that might be on our at the table in terms of resources, potentials, options. We need to be able to really have a real game plan in moving forward. Something that is,
you're right.
Something that all of us, you know what I'm saying, works for the entire collective as best it can.
Well,
Because
we need
if
to.
possible, I prefer for us to not have any bloodshed in terms of people that's not really involved and really engaged like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It falls kind of on us. We are the foundation of anything that this generation is capable of being able to build, because there isn't like anything for them to just, we like that start. We're having to take from elders like yourself in any and every little bit that we can get to try to carry or create something for ourselves that's going to realistically work and put it to use. You know what I'm saying? So any and every, you know what I'm saying, I don't care who it is, what your particular preferences. If you consider yourself to be a Melanite first, religious preference and everything else second, none of that matters. You know what I'm saying? We really trying to build.
Put your religion in your back pocket. We can argue and debate about that once we get free.
Thank you. That's what we have. You feel me?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we on the same page, Cold War. We just had a slight disagreement, but
my brother Che, still shot from still. Go ahead, Sister Akshita.
I like the fact that the brother uses the term Melanite, because it takes that negative connotation off of the use of the misnomer Black and African American.
Thank you.
And it really, to me, it shows, okay, I'm hearing what the brother's saying, and he's bringing a common concern as far as where do we go from here, and how do we unite around our commonalities rather than focusing on those things that make us different, but also keeping it within the confines of those who consider themselves or understand, and overstand themselves as a Melanite being. So much more than what the people have been taught. And so, of course, to even get to that point of revelation, you got to go through the deprogram and the reprogramming. And until you get into the right forms of communication, the deprogram is on hold. Because you can't deprogram unless you can't empty something and you don't have anything to fill it up with. You can't take something away and not have something to replace what was once there, the void. So it's like taking the negative and replacing it with something positive.
Right.
So something that is going to create unity amongst the people, we the people, and those of us who are without community are those of us who are of the Melanite beings, the Nubians. We're the ones who don't have any representation because there's no Black nation. And we are our own representation, but we have to see ourselves in the proper status and class in order to even get to the next level. We still battling with people using spells against themselves.
This is true, sis. And I appreciate the clarification on that, because, sometimes, my way of articulating ain't the absolute best. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. But that's a great way to put it. In short, we need all that separatism. I don't care what it is. Anything that get in the way, removed. Personal ego, inability to be able to be open to other suggestions, you know what I'm saying? That goes for me. That goes for anybody, bro. If we really doing this for the people, then it shouldn't be too much off the table in terms of, you know, being, you know, using your moral compass, of course. You know, certain things is just, but this is realistically war.
Right.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it is war, and that's why we are codified individuals. We
Right,
strive
because it's chess, not checkers.
compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy in all areas of non-human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now, all of those things that you just named,
justice
brother.
system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody is mistreated by the color of their skin, and those that need the most constructive help get it.
Right. Right.
We say now, brother Chat. Now, what's happening is, you know, like all our haters out there, the Joe Gibsons, the Sarges, and what have you. We have to understand, okay, is that we must stand on our own square. It's because, like I told Sarge, okay, on our blog talk portion of our platform here, and you're familiar with Sarge, Sister Akshita, you know.
Yes.
Old Sarge is going to tell me, okay, old Sarge is going to tell me if that there was a Klux needing a blood transfusion, and I guess his blood was compatible to his, would he give him the blood transfusion? Sarge is going to tell me, yeah. The Klux, I'll walk away from a man and let him drop dead. And the reason being, because of the atrocities that his organization has committed, not so much against quote unquote diasporic Africans or Moors or Hebrew Israelites, is because when you go to a racist ass police state like Los Angeles, California, you take a FBA, you take a Moor, take a black man in America, you take a brother from San Juan, Puerto Rico, or one from Accra, Ghana. You know what the LAPD is going to say?
Nigga.
We're here on this corner, and we got 5 black males, period.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Yep.
They're not going to delineate.
Yeah, so therefore, brother, you know, the generations after
It's
me,
all
you
as
know,
one big nigga.
yeah, you know, Sister Akshita, you know, Brother Che and Kruma, you know what I'm saying? You know, I've passed down, hey, Akshita.
What up, Shabaka?
We see you now.
Yeah, and the reason I don't put my face up here, brother, is because of all the death threats I got. You know what I'm saying? But you can believe, man, that there's 3 people on this platform that's met me personally.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. And the thing is that guys like me that they hate is because I'm going to tell white America about itself. I'm going to come to you with facts. I'm going to come to you with what I've witnessed, what I've been through to it. And then all of a sudden, man, that we are Rainbow Coalition. And then you got these men shoving ketchup up their asses, talking
oh my God, Shabaka. Come on.
Okay, Sister Akshita, that is an insult to womanhood. And I had to say it that way just to get my point across. That is an insult to womanhood. Now, probably what happened with this person or this male, he was probably violated or abused in some horrific way. You see what I'm saying? And we see that, Brother Jermaine, yeah, the many victims at the Jolie Apartments and 2 other apartment complexes never had property owners, red flags. Okay, the families were victims of these crimes. Where did the rent money go? Okay, so we're going to be covering that there, Brother Jermaine, you know what I'm saying? Okay. All right, because that there is a very, very serious issue, you know, of what he has brought to our attention. So when you look at this systemic,
that's happening all across this nation to our people.
Yeah. Say so. When you look at this systemic genocide that they are committing against us with these GMOs, with these housing situations, you see what I mean? And then you get these lying ass dumpsters like Trump and Sleepy Joe. He ain't no different because remember, Sleepy Joe, he was the one, man, that authored and pushed that federal crime bill, man, that Clinton introduced into the Congress in 1996, and who was the main ones that they came at.
He's been the author of every crime bill since
Right.
1972. Those are
Okay.
bills.
Right. As the Vietnam conflict was winding down. Yeah, I remember that.
And I just want to chime in real fast. And this isn't to knock, because again, we are open to any and every anything that's in between here and independence, complete autonomy. We are for. You know, whether it's work internally, externally, etc., we are open to it. Okay. But I do want to say this internal political game we keep trying to play with the United States. I'm not saying it can't be a useful tool in the short term, but the long term, if we want to write policy, if we want to dictate everything bro just named, economics, culture, politics, if we want to determine all of that for ourselves and have complete control over that, bro, we gonna have to step away and have our own. It is like we can't keep trying to work internally, bro. What's the definition of insanity? To try the same thing multiple times, to do the same thing over and over again, and basically get the same results. Like it's like beating our head against the wall. Like at this point, we
that's what we're doing with the voting blue, no matter who, for 60 plus years. Since 1964.
Can I say? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, sister.
I just want to say that it's not just me, but I am a part of a new wave of thinking, and Shabaka and Brother Che have been on, in communication with the show and the program and everything that we got going on. But everything that you're talking about is what we are establishing as a nation of many tribes, where there's no discrimination on what you choose to believe in, as long as you understand that when it comes to this movement and what we're doing, we're all together. And it's really we've called sheiks and sheikis out to perform their appropriate duties in coming together, because if you put yourself in the position of leadership, then you are automatically held accountable and must be responsible for what you put out there, what you are condoning, and what you are standing for, and clearly standing against. And so what we're standing against is corruption and genocide and everything pretty much with the corruption in the government and what have you. So if we continue to agree, then we give them permission. Our submission gives them permission.
Our participation even more so. But yes.
Right. The lack thereof of participation. So the more we participate, the closer we're getting. And it's not that there's nobody out here doing any work. That's the problem. It's too many people doing. It's too many chiefs and no Indians.
Okay.
Right? Everybody wants to be the leader, but nobody wants to say, okay, hey, that's working. I can work with you doing that. And hey, oh yeah, I know somebody over here that's doing this. Oh, hey, and yeah, I know. And then it just grows outward, and the more, and the people that follow those people are going to come because they're with that person, you know, and they're all doing their individual work, and everything that we're doing is relevant to the movement.
Right.
Yeah. And sis, that's what we on, sis. Like, say for example, right? You got all of these armed militia groups, right? That's been
Right.
doing different tactical training. You know, you got groups. I ain't gonna go through the names, but you know some of them. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Just be real.
Yeah, I got a general idea, brother.
You get what I'm saying? You know, it's really a small community. It ain't really in terms of people that's really engaged in things. I'm relatively new to it because I'm, you know, a little younger per se. But you know what I'm saying?
How young are you, Cold War? Because I'm 37.
Well, I'm only a summer younger than you, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Man, you all are still babies, man. You all know how old I is, man. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but I mean,
we keeping you
yes.
young, Shabaka. That's all that is. You hang around the young bucks because we keep you young.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, though.
I hope I look half that good when I'm his age.
I was about to say we need them and they need us. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah, because one is the left hand and the other one is the right hand. And what it is like these dump supporters, as in human shit. Okay, excuse my language. Yeah. Okay,
you just got to get that out. I think you got Tourette syndrome because you just be like. You just got to get it out your system, and then there's okay. You be like, okay, I can breathe now. I got it out.
Okay, well, funny you should say that, Six there, Akshita. Because if you could Google a past episode of L.A. Law, they had this dude testifying in court because L.A. Law used to be an old TV series, and this dude had Tourette syndromes, and he's getting up there saying such offensive words to women. Calling a brother the NGR term and what have you. I know how to cure that white boy that Tourette syndrome with that NGR word. It's called a triple jab, a right cross, a left hook, right uppercut, left hook, and an overhand right. Now, for those of you after me, that there was Muhammad Ali's sting like a bee combination. You see what I'm saying? And what the problem is they got all this internalized hatred brewing in our communities where we're turning on each other, because I have stated, you know, to members of various factions, well, that other brother that looks like you that you're killing, man, when it comes down to it, which is getting very, very close with this dump regime coming back into order. Okay. That dude that you killing, man, might be the one you need to watch your back, because these white folk is out here on pistol ranges. They out there in places like Montana, man, and Idaho and northern Nevada, you know, with these clandestine organizations. You see what I'm saying? And Colorado, man, Nebraska, down in the South. You see what I mean? And all these dudes is back in the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. You're saying that's the problem. That's the problem right there, is the fervor that you see building up on a regular basis every day.
Oh, and what, Arizona, where you're at, Shita?
Say that again.
Yeah.
Some fool that was trying to pop off the race war.
In Arizona. Yeah. So always watch your six, sister. You know what I'm saying? Always watch your six, okay? And then what's happening is this is why, you know, they don't want us, you know, having
Here's the deal. People can initiate whatever the hell they got in their mind to initiate, but I don't have to participate. And that's exactly what we was just talking about, the participation part. We participate in the shit that ain't moving nowhere. It's like running in place. Yeah, you moving, but you ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Stagnation.
It's like it's like revving the engine and you ain't got no tires on your car. Where's you going?
Right. That was a good analogy.
Revving the engine, you know, with no tires on the car.
You just revving your shit, and you ain't going nowhere.
Sitting on cinder blocks like Chicago and New York. Yeah, you know, that is quite great. But I do believe we do have the capabilities to do this, because see, this is why they try to keep us divided so much.
They can't do anything. They can't do anything.
We're not allowing.
We're not. We have not gotten over the Willie Lynch era. We haven't gotten over the Black Christian codes.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten over any of those things, because here's the problem. It starts with the family. It's the family that first shows you injustice. It's the family that first shows you the separation of facial features and things like that makes you different, or you know, that person different or whatever. And then you go out into the world judging yourself and other people based on how your family taught you or how your family groomed you to feel about yourself. Now that creates self-hatred. If you hate your reflection, if you hate your own reflection, then every person that looks like you or reflects something that you can recognize inside of them, inside of you, then you're gonna hate them too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to prove your point even further, Sister Akshita, let me see. You taking back me to a memory about 1998. 1999, I think, just before the millennium.
I graduated high school in 98.
I love the wisdom that's being spit right now, but I do need to finish up this clip so we can move on to the next topic.
All right.
Otherwise, we'll be here all night. So please
hold that thought, sister. Okay, all right, hold that thought, Sister Akshita. Okay.
Yep.
All right, Brother Parrish, you know, proceed this forward.
That's what you think. It's just certain moves that some of us make, we cannot make them publicly. Because this government, as you know, will do their best to prevent it from happening. Do y'all hear me? Some of us are too damn loud. If you know something that you can do to help our people to build, sometimes we do not have to promote it every damn way.
Right.
Would you agree? All right, I'm almost done, y'all. I'm almost done. Point number 4, what the Muslims want, deals with the descendants of slaves, and that is land. Say land. Say land. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Muslim Farrakhan have talked about this for years and years. Point number 7 deals with equal justice and equal employment. Raise your hand again if you have a Black-owned business. Do you employ your own? I'm going to mention this as well for some of you who may have others employed. Black folk, you have to be employable. All right, brother Reason, calm down, brother. Stop smoking when you're on the block. Stop drinking when you're on post. Stop being on your phone when you're supposed to be watching for vital information. Stop playing games with our people and get mad when you get fired and you say, see, our people trying to keep us down. No, you keeping your damn self down. We have to increase in our discipline. Would you agree? Point number 7 deals with, point number 8, pardon me, of what the Muslims want, deals with exempt us from taxation.
I ain't with that asking for shit. I ain't with that.
It says it there. These are demands. Did you hear what I said? This is our people. I know it says what the Muslims want. This is for our people, what we want as a people. And other people have already gotten that. The next point I want to mention here is, so that we can make sure we understand, California has already introduced a bill where they're looking at $800 billion going towards the descendants of slaves. People are foundational Black Americans here in America, specifically California. Did y'all hear about that? If California, it's a big if, but if California passes this, Do you know what that would do to the rest of the United States? California is known as that type of state that when something gets passed, it has a heavy influence over how other states pass laws. $800 billion in California is pretty decent. They're saying that it's roughly $1.2 million per person who was a foundation of Black American whose ancestors were killed, etc., raped, robbed on plantations. That's the start. Would you agree? Give me a round of applause. But at the same time, they did something weird a couple of days ago when they tried to take it down U-turn signs.
Waiting for the commercial, you got to pay us to advertise here.
Oh, nationwide,
garbage.
I would equate to damn near $100 trillion, like we've been calling it since 2021. Right.
And California can't afford it, and just like that story we did the other night, Brother Che, with that representative in the state assembly from California.
Oh yeah,
reparations.
Yeah.
So no, California could pay the reparations. Go jack up Stinky Bird. Go jack up Zuckerberg. Go jack up Google. Go jack up all the other social media platforms that you have out there. In fact, jack up Foster City. Because all that stuff out there in Foster City, Palo Alto, man, you know what I'm saying? When you pass Menlo Park, when you come off the Dumbarton Bridge, you're right there by Zuckerberg's front door, and it looks like a military base, okay? Yeah, they got the money. Get off in their pocket because they're up there trying to push this agenda and all this. And oftentimes, Sister Akshita, that they told you, that they told me, that they told Brother Che, that they told Lady Che, oh, you're supposed to violate our community standards. You know, everybody to feel comfortable here. But yet, though, you put up RWSs using the NGR term. You know what I'm saying? I reported to Facebook, man, when they set up there and said, man, the dude called me the NGR term. Oh, he didn't violate community standards, you know what I'm saying? You know, that kind of junk, you know what I'm saying? You know, so what it is that our sister in Motown that told us to check out blacksb.com, and if you could put the link up there, Brother Che, that's www.blaq
SI.
Yeah, SI, I believe. Yeah, blackspeed.com. And then if it's the wrong link, you know, next time I contact Sister Padilla, you know, I'm going to ask her for it again because she sent it to me twice, man. I got so much notes and paperwork.
We got melanatedproof.net. We got Black Enough. We got 60s.net. We have, we already, like the brother was saying earlier, Cold War, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to acknowledge out to our people that we have these platforms. We have our own platforms. You don't have to be on YouTube. You don't have to be on Facebook.
On Facebook, you know what I'm saying? You know, and what happened? You see what I'm saying? But keep in mind, they had always feared us, man, for building up our own economical infrastructures. Look at the Black Wall Street of Tulsa, Oklahoma. You see what I'm saying?
What happened?
Talking about that too.
I wanted to hear Shita's thoughts on that real quick. Well, did you hear about what happened in Oklahoma yesterday or the day before yesterday?
Sister Akshita, you still there?
I can't hear her. She don't know what happened.
Okay, Sister Akshita, are you still with us? Okay, Sister Akshita, if you're in earshot of us. Okay, it sounds like that she's trying to reconnect. It sounds like she's having a problem with her.
Take a while to come back in, sister. Try that.
Okay, well, basically, people, you know, to our listeners, is that the state of Oklahoma, the state Supreme Court, has struck down the case of reparations of the descendants of the Black Wall Street, and they have the audacity to say, "Oh, that was so long ago. Ain't nobody left. Just get over it." Now, to show you what these dirty bastards did, they put some BS in there where they cannot appeal that case to the U.S. Supreme Court. Okay, now the U.S. Supreme Court is pretty much going to say the same damn thing, anyway, if they were to get the case. But as you know, Brother Che, the U.S. Supreme Court could choose cases that they care to listen to, rather if it's at the municipal level, rather if it's at the county level, rather if it's at the state level. You see what I mean? They can go in there and pick it up, but they're not, because look what you got up there. You know what I'm saying? You think Clarence Thompson and Ketanji Brown is going to say something like that? Look what they lay with. You know what I'm saying?
Right, that part.
Yeah, see that part right there. Okay, so therefore, if we cause the economical shift, you see what I'm saying? Because judges, politicians, these individuals are for sale. 90% of them, because I do believe that there are 10% of them that does try to do the right thing with a moral consciousness. Now, for all of those of you in the Congressional Black Caucus, you would do the Black community or the people of African descent, or Sister Akshita would say, where is Sister Akshita? Is she trying to come back in?
Difficulties. This is trying to get back in.
Oh, okay. All right.
Finish this clip. It's like 5 minutes left of the clip.
Oh, okay. And I just want to say this right here. If we do it here on the collective basis, people, later for the commercial, then we can cause this economical shift. You see what I'm saying? And this is why you always hear me say, look at the example of the Montgomery bus boycott of 1955. See, because they tell you, well, they almost broke the Montgomery bus company. No, they didn't almost broke it. They broke it. You see? So that's why they had to make the shift. It's because what the Black community of Montgomery was doing that. After they arrested Rosa Parks, you know what I'm saying? They walked to work. They got on a bicycle, a skateboard, man. You know what I'm saying? Something with 4 wheels and a seat. You know what I mean? Wheelbarrow. Any means necessary, but do not ride the bus. And we could take that same example right there and shut down the social media stuff. You know what I mean? Up there trying to push this agenda on our children. You know?
Yeah. Argument about it.
Yeah, and you know what agenda that I'm talking about. Grown ass man talking about he's a woman. This insults women. I've had a lot of women tell me, over social media and say that you are right, just like Sister Akshita right there. She was one of the women that told me that you're right. I even had other women say, well, we see your point, brother, but it's the method of how you are explaining it. And I said, you with us, Sister Akshita?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard you loud and clear. Okay, I'm talking about Sister Akshita, about these men who shoving ketchup up there, talking about having menstruals. Exactly. Okay, see, just proved my point right there. This is so disgusting.
Look here. I was just having this conversation Thursday night on our show, me and El Ya. And we was talking about basically he was like, well, what is a woman? A woman is a man with a womb man. She's the carrier of the womb that gives life. And so we're not the same. We are different.
Right.
A man clearly has no uterus, no womb.
Right.
And so unable to bring life into this world. Now, sexual preference and all of that has nothing to do with identification, but it will forever stand that if you have a uterus, a womb, you are what is what we call a woman.
Right.
Other than that, you are not a woman. You may present more feminine energy than you do masculine energy, and you go where your energy pulls you, to go, where it is accepted and received as is. That's a whole
Right.
nother ball game. That's just coming to accepting people for who they are. But if people feel more comfortable about being who they are in this world that's full of judgment, and convince people that it's best to self mutilate and self harm by
Right.
doing all these different acts of, you know, cosmetic surgeries and things like that, you know.
Right.
And that's because what are that what is the measuring stick of beauty?
The black
Who
woman.
and you want to know something? Where I first got my gained my issue with body image and what the standard body image was in the army. In
Mm,
the army, you have to meet a certain weight and height
yeah.
and BMI, body mass index,
Yep.
if you want to stay in and be considered fit. Now, I was able to run 2 miles in 16 minutes and some seconds. I was maxing out
Oh,
my
I'm
push-ups.
afraid of you.
I was
Right.
maxing out my sit-ups, but I was failing my weight because of my body structure. I have a little neck, small wrist, and a small waist and big hips. So of course it
Well,
doesn't match, and I'm getting a problem because I can't. I'm suffering with my body image because I don't fit the image that they put into the regulation for me to fit. So it's always going to be a problem. So now I'm doing all these things that are causing me to, or trying to help me lose weight. I mean, I'm working out 3 times a day. I'm running to work, running home. You know what I'm saying? I was doing some crazy ass shit for a long time trying to fit this standard until I just said, you know what? Fuck that standard. Cause
Right.
I can't change. I
Right.
can't change how my genetic build is. You know what I'm saying? All my family look like this.
Hmm.
So it's like, you know, how I'm supposed to correct that. You
Right.
know, so they need to loosen
well,
up those standards. And if you can pass your PT test and do well as I was doing in PT, you shouldn't even have to be worried about weight standards.
Well,
Because
see,
evidently I'm healthy.
well, it's like this. At the end of the day, these standards is based on their best interests. So as long as we not writing the policies, we not dictating, controlling, we don't really have too much say so over that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
I
it's
mean,
like,
that's
They
the
going
point
out
though.
their way getting all these plastic surgeries so cold war to look like black women.
mm-hmm.
exactly.
Because
They
at the
got
end of the day,
They
we
to Hollywood and
Frederick
hey,
to Hollywood. They got a store down there on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street called Frederick to Hollywood. And they got all them expensive surgeons over there in Beverly Hills,
mm-hmm,
which is
mm-hmm.
right next door to Hollywood,
Right.
taking their money. Okay, now
That's
there was
right.
a white actress by the name of Pamela Sue Anderson who went and got collagen injections into her lips.
yeah,
And they showing her,
yeah.
they showing her 40 years later, man, she looked just like Daffy Duck,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
looking just like a cartoon character. You
yeah.
Done.
see what I'm
They go out
saying?
of their way to look like that.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. But yet, though, they want to sit up there and tell us that these blonde-haired Paris Hilton bimbos are the symbol of beauty.
We're
Right.
all familiar with Sarah Barton and her story.
Okay, now,
The
I'm
end
glad you brought up Sarah Bartman. Very, very tragic figure, okay? It's because they put her in a human zoo, okay? And I believe Sarah Bartman was originally from Central Africa, okay? You know, they had, excuse the expression, Sister Akshita, they had 5, 10, 20 men, you know, on her one after another,
So, of course, she contracted the diseases and she died, you see. But at the same token, they're going to look at her as an oddity, but yet, though, these white broads is going to go up there and bum rush, you know, Fredericks of Hollywood and them plastic surgeons in Beverly Hills. You see what I mean? And I think even one time, man, they hit me with hate speech on Facebook, man, when I told them that. You know what I'm saying? And just like, as you know, Brother Paris, because it happened to you, it happened to me, happened to Brother Michael Ford, where they'll sit up there, put these models up there. Oh, look at my nude pictures on that. Hey, I was stamp it, block, and delete. You know why? Because I'm willing to bet that 90% of those individuals were, in fact, men. I mean, look where Facebook and Stinky Bird is headquartered at. And you tell me.
Right.
Yeah, you tell me. You tell me. And then old President, old Sambo, as Brother Che calls him, okay, goes over there to Kenya. You know what I'm saying? You know, his ancestral land. President Kenyatta, and I don't know his relation to Jomo, so I would imagine this would either be his son or his grandson or a nephew or what have you. And he says, hey, thank you, President Obama, you know, from visiting Kenya, man. We appreciate your compliment. Becoming the president of the United States, and please address the people. And what does Obama get up there and says? Well, LGBT, the pride flag, and President Kenyatta said, hey, man, stop. This is chaos. We don't do that here. Okay, so we're going to ask you to leave. His next stop was Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The head of state calls up President Obama on his secret phone on Air Force One and said, hey, look, homie, we heard about what you did down there in Kenya, man. Don't even bother landing here with that. And as you know, Brother Che, President Museveni of Uganda, hiding Biden sends his people over there saying, hey, man, you know, if you don't embrace the rainbow, LGBT will cut off your head to Uganda. President Museveni eloquently told dude, look, man, check this out. This is chaos. We don't do that here. And we need you to exit, not in 10 minutes, not in 5 minutes, now, and take your aid with you. Oh, you still here, fool? And his mouth fell open. You see what I'm saying? So then they will come to all the ass scratchers here in the U.S., those of African descent or so-called African descent, you know, to rally around this bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You know, exercising another form of neo-colonialism. You see what I'm saying? And then too, Brother Che, the heads of state, you know, when these savages came through who did not wash their ass, that stunk, that could not take the sun, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They owe the reparations too, which you bring an enlightenment to me, because they stood there and they allowed themselves to be bullshitted. You see what I'm saying? You know, they fell for the straight pigeon drop with that. You see what I mean? They fell for the straight pigeon drop with that. You know what I mean? And this is what I tell Joe Gibson, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, too, Sister Akshita, we have a policy on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced now. When we only did it to Sarge once, but we had to do it to Joe Gibson twice, Sister Akshita, where we got the eject button, you know what I'm saying? And when they come up there with BS, we push the eject button is because, you know, with me being 60 plus, the stress level is too much to sit up there and argue with babbling ignorance. But Sarge is well read now. Now, you know, Sarge knows how to use that napkin holder. You know what I'm saying? yeah. So Sarge is well read. You know what I'm saying? And like I told Sarge, you know what I mean? This is why each time when Sarge comes on there, Sister Ashita, I say here from Sin City, let's get ready to rumble.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get ready to finish this clip. So we'll
yes.
Because the LGBT are saying that a U-turn is a homophobic slur. And so they take it down. U-turn signs. If you can do something so damn stupid that reparations bill. Stop playing. You better pass that bill and stop playing with us. Insulting us with things that don't have nothing to do with no damn logic. And if we got the U-turn signs taken down, guys. What are you talking about? See, some of y'all right now, your brain is like, I can't, by the way, I can't even, some of y'all are Googling it right now. I cannot, hell no, really? Yes, really? I'm almost done, yo. I still can't believe that. My last point here, I'll say this again. Shout out to all of the Black organizations who have been pushing for reparations and who have made steps gradually over the years. Give a round of applause. There are so many elders that we have lost who have been fighting for this for so long. We do not want to die in vain. We cannot allow that. I will say this again to the artists, to the celebrities. As this government starts to lean in our favor, for whatever reason, whether they feel like they want to do it voluntarily or involuntarily, do not say a damn word. I'm talking about the artists. I'm talking about the athletes. Those of you who are comfortable because you got a little money. Those of you who feel like, man, I ain't got to fight for no reparations. I'm all good over here, man. Y'all just lazy. Y'all just some lazy folks. Why don't you get it like I got it? Why don't you pull yourself up out the mud like I did? I was in project. I went to jail. I went to shut the hell up. Right now. You are not qualified to say a damn thing when this government is paying what they owe. Shut up, do a dance, make a rap, shut the hell up. Shoot a basketball, throw a football. I love all y'all, you know I do, but when it comes to this topic, you need to sit down. And they think of you just how you portray yourself to be. They believe that you are a monkey. They believe that you are nothing but a dog who throws a ball in the hoop. I'm saying this so we can get sober and that we can humble ourselves. Any of you comedians, any of you who do any of this work out here where you're talking down on the foundation of Black Americans, Black folk who are striving to have justice met, you should not have any of our business. I'm saying to y'all, some of our people have to be boycotted. Did you hear what I'm saying? These are actions. If they come out here and they start saying, yeah, man, I ain't with all of that, man. I ain't talking about that reparation stuff, man. We over here we can change, you know what I'm saying? Negroes, sit down. Matter of fact, a group of us will pull up on them and educate them. You know how the Jews do. As soon as you say something about Israel,
Later for the commercial. Later for the commercial. Skip the ads.
That's what happened. Yes. Hi, yes. I'm Mr. Goldstein. I heard you were talking about something. How are we going to clean this up? Then they come out, I'm sorry about saying things about Israel. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. I believe that the people, you know what I'm saying, they deserve. Y'all done seen that. Every single one of them, millionaires and billionaires. You mean to tell me your billions will free you from massa? Wow. So money isn't the ultimate goal, it's just a part of it. Because we have to have economic freedom, we must have the land that we need, we have to get our leg and our foot put back in a place where we are balanced. While we're working, while we're running our businesses, we have to continue to fight for that which is owed because of the blood spilled by our ancestors, and that is reparations. Thank you very much.
Okay, Cold War left us, Brother Che, and he says he'll have to catch up. He'll definitely be in contact. And if we could check the chat room, Brother Che, because he left his email. And he left his website as well, too. If you could jot that down for us, brother.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to in the comments.
Yeah.
Won't let it do it.
Okay. It won't let us do it. All right, hold on.
It wouldn't do it on Facebook, so I did it on YouTube, though.
Okay, all right, hold on, brother Che. I think I got a pen right here, and I got to put some eyes on right here. Okay, all right. Okay, so brothers got right here 40 capital M dot US. Okay, email is 40.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, each and every one of you guys, for coming out today. Please clap it up for yourselves.
Forever.
This lets me know that you are actually serious about getting reparations. Y'all serious. Y'all here in the hot sun. Y'all rock
As well. We'll
so
talk soon in Black Power. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, brother, for joining us there. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we definitely appreciate them there. So I wrote that down. We the people. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Okay. We the people. It's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? It has been a long day. And we've been up here for 3 hours now, too, brother Che. Okay, it was good to vibe in the late night. Okay. Okay, Sister Akshita, word up. Okay, so it looks like that we on here when we've been on here, man, over 3 hours, brother Che. Okay, so how many more topics that we got?
Oh my God, a lot, but they're short for the most part. I believe the next topic is Oprah. Both the Winfrey is hospitalized.
Oh yeah.
Some kind of stomach disease.
Yeah, some type of stomach virus that she's got. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. All right, so I can give you about 15 more minutes, man, because I don't want them to eat up this data card. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit! You want a data card? All right.
Yeah. Because you remember what happened to us the last time, man? We had that problem, man, where they shut me down and I couldn't get back in, man. And I called up to then they sent me a text on my phone. Oh, you burned up all the data on your card. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how much data do you have?
Okay, it's only like, I think it says 100 G's, right? Because I got the highest, I go for their, because I used to get their gold card and now I went to the platinum card. And I see why the gold card would burn up. Okay, but the platinum, you know, I mean, it seemed to me, man, if you paying that much, they ought to give you unlimited, you know?
But 100 gigs, that's a lot.
Yeah.
When I was on Metro by T-Mobile and I was just in the hotspot on there, I was just in like 33 gigs.
Yeah.
For the whole month.
Yeah. See, and that's just it though, brother Che, because the cards theoretically is supposed to last you the whole month. Now, after you burn up your gig data for the hotspot, they will still give you the phone service, which is unlimited. But you know, but they tell you it's unlimited, but they're cutting off a lot of stuff because at first, man, you used to be able to hook up with platforms like this, man, just by using a phone.
Yeah.
See, they separated it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Just like when I got kicked off of Boost Mobile. You see what I mean? You know, so where are these politicians on regulating that bullshit? You know what I mean?
Compliance with it. We showcased that with 5G towers.
Yeah, you see. And keep in mind, those 5G towers are dangerous, man, because that's kicking out radiation, man. You damn near gamma rays, man, you know, which is the highest in the electro.
That 5G tower, there's literally a 5G tower, no lie. And not only in front of my godmother's shop, but in front of where I live, like literally right in front of the Chick-fil-A right next door, there's a 5G tower that they just popped up in the past few years. The damn tower of the hospital I was using up until that time, before they put that 5G tower up, I was not having no issues with my internet. So they put that thing up, now there's all kinds of issues. The whole building, the Wi-Fi that completely shut down, they just turned it back on, and it's still poor as hell. And they just got $1 million specifically allocated toward that. And this is we get poor quality so bad that one of my neighbors who writes for the news break, he can't even work because the reception is so bad. Like,
so which means they interfering with his livelihood. That's a lawsuit. You see what I'm saying? That's a lawsuit, you know? Big time. You know what I'm saying?
Everything.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
it was good to vibe in the late night. Oh yeah, we the people. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm gonna have to do, brother Che, I'm gonna have to call it a night, man, because it's
you gotta get the topics that.
Okay. How many more topics we got left?
I said Oprah's next.
Okay, so let's deal with Oprah.
Oh no, Biden. Hunter Biden is next. You gotta stay for that.
Yeah. He belongs in jail. Yeah.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Yeah, Joe Biden's making headlines all right, though not the way he would have liked. Seems that after his long and distinguished career of being a criminal, Hunter Biden's finally having to face the music for at least something. Now, for those of you who are unaware, Joe Biden's son, Hunter, has been convicted on 3 federal charges. Now, this comes from a case that in 2018, Hunter Biden purchased a .38 caliber Colt revolver from a gun store in Delaware. As everyone who's ever purchased a firearm knows, when you buy a gun in the U.S., you have to fill out a federal application that asks a number of questions. One of the questions is whether the purchaser is a drug addict or not. On that gun application, Hunter Biden answered no, he wasn't. He was probably high at the time he filled out that form because his drug-related fiascos have been news for years now, but mostly covered up because his daddy is a longtime U.S. senator and later vice president. But a lot of chickens were coming home to roost for Hunter Biden because in addition to the gun charge, he also got indicted on charges of tax evasion too. This latest incident with the gun would have been swept under the rug. After all, Hunter had reached an agreement with federal authorities to plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors if the gun charges were dropped. Except Republicans, knowing that this was going to be an election year, they raised hell about that pending plea deal, so the judge on the case, a Trump appointee, decided to reject the plea deal, and prosecutors moved forward with taking the case to trial. Yesterday, after a 6-day trial, Hunter Biden was convicted on 3 charges: lying to a federally licensed gun dealer, making a false claim on a federal firearms form used to screen applications, and possessing an illegally obtained gun. Now, of course, you had one of the Democrats' primary cheerleaders, CNN. They were acting as if Hunter Biden had been skinned alive and shot in the middle of the street. They're going, oh, how terrible it is. He was convicted for this. Oh, it's just prosecutorial overreach. I'm sitting here going, yes. So apparently Hunter Biden's being treated like a black person. He's being treated like a hell of a lot of folks who don't have money, who don't have white privilege to keep them out of trouble. I guess the problem for CNN is that Hunter Biden's being treated as if he wasn't the son of the president and instead was just a person subject to the rule of law. Now, Hunter Biden's a drug addict. Everybody knows that. And if his old man wasn't a longtime U.S. senator, he would have been behind bars decades ago. Keep in mind, though, Joe Biden had another son, Beau Biden, who died in 2015 from brain cancer. Beau Biden had been married to a woman named Hallie Biden. After Beau's death, Hallie Biden began dating Hunter Biden. You heard me right. I'm not making that up. These two were dating, and most likely they had been intimate with each other. And of course, because the apple never falls far from the tree, Hunter and Hallie were also smoking crack together too. I'm not making that one up either. Say, didn't Joe Biden sign a law back in the 80s that created the 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between powdered cocaine and crack cocaine? Well, as we all know, those laws don't actually get applied to non-black offenders. Those laws weren't written to punish drug abuse, as we've seen with Hunter and so many other white crack users. Those laws were meant merely to provide a legal framework for the mass incarceration of black people, which is how those laws were actually used. That's why they haven't and have not been applied to Hunter Biden. No matter how many brushes he's had with the law, no matter how many times he's gotten caught, he could be sitting there smoking crack on Fifth Avenue and they let him go. Not because he's the president's son, but because he's not black. Ain't that white privilege a hell of a drug? On a side note, Joe Biden also pushed another law relevant to Hunter Biden's case, the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act of 1993, aka the Brady Law. That made background checks a requirement for gun purchases. So this is what the wholesome Biden family has been up to for several years now. Hunter Biden's a crack addict, and he decides to get his own sister-in-law turned lover strung out too. You know, I did a whole video about the Biden family values, though it got my former channel taken down. Well, now everyone can see what the Biden family values are, and it ain't pretty, is it? What are the chances that Hunter's going to prison, you might be asking? Well, the stats are that few people get prosecuted for lying on the gun application forms, and fewer still get sent to prison for it. The main reason for that is that when it comes to proving that the applicant is currently taking drugs, which is what the questionnaire asks, there's no actual paper trail for that, so it's a law that in practical terms can't be used much because nobody's willing to devote the time and resources necessary to proving it. But in this case, being the son of the current president, Republicans decided we'll go ahead and make the time and we'll go ahead and devote the effort whether it's called for or not. All right, so Joe Biden's son Hunter is now a convicted felon. Now, on paper, he's supposed to be facing 25 years in prison for the crimes he was convicted of, but he is a first-time offender, or at least the first time anybody's bothered to prosecute him, so that is going to weigh into the math for whether or not he actually goes to prison or not. And it's not exactly like he robbed a bank. This is a paperwork lie that he told. So the chances are excellent that he's basically going to get off with some sort of probation, because that's what happens when you're not black. You get the slap on the wrist. That's what they always do. Now, the problem for Hunter Biden is that he's still facing trial on those tax evasion charges. Should he get convicted of that, then he'll be a two-time convicted felon, back to back. That opens up the possibility of prison afterwards. And if this all sounds a tad familiar, it should, because this is the exact same situation Donald Trump is in right now. You know, these creeps are all peas in a pod. There's no substantive difference between any of them. What disgusts me here is how the white media is talking about Hunter as if we should sympathize with him. Right. This guy's been a junkie his entire life. Yeah. He was actually part of the Navy Reserve, that is, and he only got that because of his father. It was basically something for a resume enhancer so he could try to falsely claim that he had been in the Navy, when the truth of the matter was he applied for the Navy when he was basically almost at the age of cutoff where the Navy doesn't accept you as an applicant. So basically he did that just so he could say, I put on the uniform of my country. Yeah, kind of, sort of. But he predictably screwed up his would-be naval career because he simply wouldn't stop taking drugs. Mm-hmm. At some point, you're supposed to learn when you got a problem. Right. He's had every chance there is and then some. His conviction isn't sad. In fact, it's long overdue. Had his last name not been Biden, he'd just be some drug-addicted loser caught lying to get a gun. If he wasn't who he is, a politically connected white man, CNN would be calling for stricter background checks. They'd be asking, why aren't the laws regarding lying on these forms harsher? They'd be sitting here saying, throw the book at him if he was anybody else. But because they sympathize with his father, they're protecting this like it's some sort of injustice, and it's not. Even one of CNN's commentators had to admit that the charges were accurate and the jury's verdict was also just and unbiased. And that he hadn't been lied about or railroaded. He's the son of a career U.S. lawmaker, but that shouldn't make him immune from the law. By the way, speaking of law, did you know that Hunter Biden is a lawyer? That's right. He graduated from Yale Law School, no less. Now, if anyone has no excuse whatsoever for not knowing that they're breaking the law and no excuse for not doing it, it's a lawyer. Right. Come to think of it, though, Ron DeSantis is also a graduate of Yale Law School, and he doesn't know or care about the law either. You know, I have no idea who the law professors are at Yale, but clearly these guys need to be fired because the only thing they teach their students is to have no regard for the law. All right, so what comes next? How does this play out in the political arena? Well, is Joe Biden going to let his little junkie go to the pokey? Probably not. It is an election year after all. And you can bet that he'll try to spin this and claim that his family's been touched by drug abuse, just like so many other Americans. We all carry a collective scourge that we are dealing with. But this guy showed no consideration for black people all these decades. I consider it to be poetic irony. If Hunter Biden does indeed wind up going to prison over all this, it's because of laws that his daddy wrote and pushed and promoted. Because his father figured that those laws would never actually be applied to anyone other than black people. Hunter Biden's been committing crimes a hell of a long time now. He was going to wind up in this position no matter what. So, how does this have an effect on the election? That's a question for the shills, the political puppets, and the other dupes who you see polluting my comments section. They try to get black people to get excited or outraged into voting when we're not being offered anything. So for any of you GOP plants who like to lurk in the comments section here, don't waste your time saying, this is why we got to vote for Trump. And for the other idiots out there who are desperately hoping that Biden can eke out another fluke victory this election cycle, don't come around saying, well, come on, man, Joe Biden's son, they know the plight of black folks. Neither Trump nor the Bidens know anything about being black. Trump's conviction doesn't make Joe Biden look any better to black voters. any more than Hunter Biden's conviction suddenly makes Trump look better. It's courtroom mudslinging by people who have made it clear they'd much rather try to win office by scandal and propaganda than to actually earn it by doing what Black voters demand. And for where I sit, that's the only crime here. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Immigrant B1, Joseph Isaiah, Gordon Gates, Rose Arnold, and Yasharon Heron. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. Family and fellow soul.
Well, once again, the professor is dropping gems. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it, you could best believe, man, if that was a black man hit with those same charges that Hunter Biden got convicted of, he would be hit with 25 to life, man.
Thrown under the jail.
Yes, sir, because under California's 3 strikes law, the gun charge, lying on it, that's 1, 2, 3. But no, that's 1, 2 counts right there. Then, of course, man, you know, the shit they found on him. Okay, so that's 3. That's 25 to life. Under California's 3 strikes law. Okay, but I'm sure he was in...
This didn't happen in California, though. This happened in Delaware.
I know, but the point is what I'm making, though, is that there for the same offenses is that they will come down harsher and more severe on black folk, you know what I'm saying? FBAs, you call it, or just say people who are descendants from that continent, man, you know, that's south of Europe across the Mediterranean, that's due east of Brazil, and that's due west of Bengal or India. I'm talking about that continent. You see what I mean? And then the descendants thereof, you know. So once again, the sister who had wrote the book about the massive incarceration, I believe that is the new Jim Crow. If I'm saying it correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Michelle
Alexander. Okay, now also too. This here just goes to show.
Hold on, Shabaka. It was the new Jim Crow and the age of color blindness. I know. Okay. I have the book. My grandfather, before he passed, he had picked it up, but I had it previous to that when I was in college. I had to read it for one of the criminal justice courses.
Okay. All righty. Okay, and so then too, so it just goes to hypocrisy and the double standards when it comes to people, as you would say, FBAs, or Sister Sheeta would say the Moors, or I would say African and Americans, but we're still talking about the same group of folk who they commonly refer to as colored folk. You see what I'm saying? That will get the severity of these penalties. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, you know, you got, the Candace Owens, man, you know.
Those are the tethers. Now you're naming the tethers, yes, tethers.
Oh, okay, so that's a tether. Okay, okay. So I got to get used to an updated use of the words of what we're using right here. You see what I mean? And then all this all-inclusivity, which is prepackaged bullshit and all that. We're all the same. And like I said, you know, for those of you who are descendants of Europeans, my invitation is still open to you. You got a couple of good months now to come out here to Sin City, to sit out here in the sun with us, okay, with no umbrella. But you got to leave your sunscreen at home. And we need a list of treatable things to do for you until the paramedics arrive. Is because we will call the paramedics and we ain't gonna do to you what you would do to us. Okay? And then when they scrape you up off that sand or that hot asphalt, only thing we're gonna do is sit up there and say, we told you so. You know? And this ain't hatred. You see what I'm saying? And what it is blowing this concept or this nonsense about the illusion of inclusion. It's because of white America was so concerned about us being inclusive with them
Man, they would have been on cut the check, man, 20 years ago. Even way back, man, when John Conyers had introduced, what is that there, Brother J? HR 40?
Yeah, the Nothing Burger, HR 40, that has not left, it hasn't even hit the House floor.
Yeah, see, and he introduced that, man.
It ain't going nowhere. It's
42 years ago.
For 37
42 years ago.
37 years ago.
Wait a minute, let me do some math here. Okay. Oh, okay. So let me do some math. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, my bad. Okay. So this here just goes to show is that they want us to sit up here, come gossip balls, be Uncle Remus, zippity doo dah, zippity day.
Oh my God.
I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. My.
And the ones that got, like the billionaires, like he was describing, like Robert H. F. Smith, for instance. Oh,
and Robert H. Kraft.
I'm a billionaire. I'm gonna buy all black school, but that's all I'm gonna do for the community. We have a billionaire that lives in Denver. That's a black billionaire, like one of the richest, if not the richest black billionaires. And he only does little philanthropy work.
Oh, what's he doing for the black community?
Nothing.
Wow.
Besides an all-black school called the Robert Smith STEAM Academy, which was an elementary school that I actually got my first job in, Shabaka, as a janitor. My homeboy at the time, he's still my homeboy. Shout out to Delvon. He got me a job up there when we were kids.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sign off here from Sin City to save this data. And definitely, ladies and gentlemen, check us out on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Before we go, Shabaka, I got to get you the topic. So we got Christopher Rufo is upset at his own culture. Copycats.
Okay.
So for years, Chris Rufo has been waging a war on history and most of all black people. Now he's complaining that people on the white side or right, who are merely following his example are in fact a problem for him. Then coon-ass Brandon Johnson, he claimed that it's been rumored or proven that he has spent $30,000 on haircuts with campaign funds.
$30,000.
Yeah, on haircuts. I can't tell.
I certainly hope he gave it to some of them black barbers over there on the south side.
You could only hope, Shabaki. Then we got the Karen Loctician. She spews hateful rant about black women.
Now, is that the Karen that goes up there on TikTok using the NGR term?
I believe so, Shabaki. And she's dating a brother too. Then we got the Oprah.
My.
She basically said that she loves BBC so much that the only thing that black women are good for is creating black men.
Oh, Lord.
Then Oprah, she's been hospitalized with a stomach issue. Stuff is coming out of both ends. And Gayle King says her BFF, her best friend forever, whatever. And then Stephen Coon-ass Smith explodes, reacts to Bacclash after Caitlin Clark takes. So, him and several other coons and buffoons have been supporting that white rod dude, whatever.
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. that plays for the WNBA. I guess they were the number one pick or some shit.
Right.
For the draft to the WNBA. So the white media has been propping them up. And they've been crashing and burning as of late, unless they recently, there was an article that scrolled across my screen right before we started this program that says something to the contrary. I didn't get to read the whole thing though. And then we got the Delineation movement that me and you, Shabaka, have been going back and forth about. It's been led by Black Americans bringing calls for unity all of a sudden. Then we got Tony Evans, who's a pastor, steps down due to sin. So we might have another TD Jakes, TD Snakes situation with this pastor.
Oh, man. Yeah, because I remember, man, to emphasize more on that, is that New Era Detroit.
One more thing before you say that. YouTube intensifies its war with ad blockers.
So which means YouTube is losing money because people is blocking that bullshit on YouTube.
That and it's freezing up computers like Lady Chase.
Yeah, right. Like mine sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we destroyed my previous computer, and I'm probably going to have to go pay about $200, man, to upgrade it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of data, man, that we've done over the years, man, on it.
Yeah.
From when we were with Mile High News to when we first started. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And there's a lot of data in there, man. I'm going to try to see if I can get in there and copy and paste it.
And I believe all those videos are still up, Shabaka. I don't think
anything
has been taken down. Those videos from the other platform.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, we had to go through them and go through the archives and copy and paste them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. So
because if our face and likeness and voices on that, man, technically that's our intellectual property.
Oh yeah, big time.
Right.
It really is. So we could go that lawsuit route on that. But so are you gonna check out Shabaka, or are you gonna stay up for this clip?
Okay, I'll stay for this last clip right here.
Okay.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I don't know if you've noticed, but Christopher Rufo and his pals have been real quiet as of late. You know when the enemy realizes they've lost, not by them waving the white flag and saying they're beat, but when they become quiet, because they're too scared to even come against you. But in Rufo's case, he thought that he was off to a hot start. He thought that he was on a roll. Well, apparently he rolled off a cliff. Now, recently, Rufo had an interview with Glenn Beck, of all people, and during this interview, I guess you would call it, Rufo made an interesting admission. What he said was that basically the little revolution that he called himself starting, well, apparently has run into a couple of bumps in the road, and one of them happens to be, as he put it, some people are being, you know, kind of generously rewarded with clicks and attention who don't actually offer anything substantive. And I think it gets some of our audience and some of our listeners in this outrage cycle where they're outraged for outrage's sake. Yeah, what's happened is Christopher Rufo can't understand why it is that his little old movement he thought he was going to start has run into all of these problems that seems to have stalled out. Now, I could just simply point out that the only reason anybody even knows who this clown is because of the phony racial hysteria that his rich white donors funded him to carry out over critical race theory. In other words, he was putting forward a solution, desperately looking for a problem. Critical race theory was going to be the bogeyman that he would use, basically a euphemism for all things black. And that's what he decided that he was going to go to attack because that's what he was paid to attack. And while the majority of the racist rubes who went along with his racial hysteria already knew that it was all fake, the problem with Rufo was he didn't actually have something that meant anything on the political landscape. It was just a stunt. And people figured that out soon enough. Rufo's little wannabe revolution has failed. He's pretty much said it, even wrote a book about it. And it failed for 3 reasons. First of all, he chose the wrong weapon. And worse than that, he went after the wrong targets. Instead of starting his asinine anti-black war in a blood-red state like Florida, he should have gone to a purple state and tried to change things there. Because if you're going to call yourself trying to start a nationwide anything, then you can't escape the fact that sooner or later you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and go to a place where you're going to face actual opposition. Rufo didn't want to do that because, like all anti-black racists, he was just looking for an easy victory. Well, the problem with an easy victory is it doesn't move the needle. It doesn't get you anything. There's no gains there. It's not an accomplishment if you win a victory that you were guaranteed to get from the very beginning. He would make it a point to use his meaningless phrases, and he thought to himself that he was actually doing something. And I'm sure that the rich white donors who propped this clown up made him think to himself that he was on the inside track. But he's found out now that all of his genius wasn't very smart at all. Rufo is a creature of pure self-promotion, and it shows. What kind of idiot gins up a tsunami of phony outrage, lying about critical race theory, and then with the whole world watching him, goes on Twitter and tells everybody that he was lying about it? What do you think he means when he tweets out stuff like, "We have decodified the term and will recodify it to annex the entire range of cultural constructions that are unpopular with Americans"? In other words, we're going to give a phony definition of what critical race theory means. We're going to invent a straw man that we're going to use to spread racial hysteria. See, if critical race theory actually meant what Rufo claimed that it did, he wouldn't have to recodify anything. This is an idiot who tries to use $5 words when a $1 word would have been just fine. But this shows how foolish he is and how full of himself he was. This is what happens when you have no wins. The first time that somebody pays you any attention at all, you immediately suffer from diarrhea of the mouth and tell everybody, hey, critical race theory is not a bad thing at all. But the thing is, I need it to be a straw man, so I'm going to try to see if I can redefine it somehow. And he says that he's intentionally doing so. So he admits that he's intentionally lying, and he also admits that critical race theory doesn't mean what he claims it does. Obviously, critical race theory isn't unpopular with Americans, because if it was, he wouldn't need to recodify it to try to make it so. Never underestimate the power of your own insecurity. Who tells a lie and then tells the world, by the way, I'm lying? What kind of fool does that? The kind who spent their entire lives in quiet desperation? That's who. See, before Rufo became a shill for a right-wing think tank, he originally tried and failed to become a documentarian. Did you know that? He wanted to be the next Dinesh D'Souza, a right-wing propagandist, but his efforts to become a would-be filmmaker flopped. In fact, Rufo's failed at everything he's ever tried. So when he got on with the Manhattan Institute, they assigned him to be an advisor to Ron DeSantis, who had also spent several years wandering in the wilderness, trying to make a name for himself during his brief, meaningless stint as a congressman. Do you notice a pattern forming yet? So Rufo and DeSantis saw a lot of similarities in one another, mostly failure. But the wealthy white donors who fund the think tanks that employ trash like Rufo already had a plan in motion. Try to scare white parents with lies that their children are being harassed by teachers in school. And what is this harassment that's being aimed at these white kids? Teaching them basic American history. The same American history that's been taught for the last 70 years. Oh, the horror. Those obnoxious white mobs that you saw attacking those school board meetings were by and large crisis actors organized and paid for by those same wealthy white donors who gave Rufo a job. Those incidents were staged because the entire idea was to manufacture some sort of pretense to give Rufo something he could point to and claim, see, angry white parents, this is the start of a revolution. Why, this is a social problem that needs to be addressed. Oh, and how convenient, the same donors who funded my think tank also funded the political campaigns for these racist red state Republicans over here, and they got some laws to address this little thing that we went ahead and set up. That's what actually happened. But like all amateurs and idiots, Rufo got out over his own skis and crashed. His plan was to demonize black people full time and ride that horse to glory. Only problem was the horse dropped dead. The more people found out about his little culture war, the less they liked it and the less they liked him. Ron DeSantis figured passing idiotic message legislation that basically said he was outlawing anything he didn't like, principally black people. All of those stupid acts got struck down by the courts, because they were never meant to be serious legislation. They were just a cheap way for him to get some face time on Tucker Carlson. Now, inevitably, the white left would get indignant with Rufo's antics, which was the entire point. That's what he said he was trying to do. He thought he had made it to the top of the mountain. He had actually made it into the news cycle on broadcast television, even a couple of newspapers. But morons like Rufo never figure out that with the 24-hour news cycle being what it is, that's a lot of hours of programming that needs to be filled by the television stations and a lot of column space that needs to be filled by the newspapers and magazines. And they got to fill all of that space with something. So for a while, they chose him. He wasn't special. He wasn't some genius. It was just his turn. And what he showed everybody was that he didn't learn anything from the rise and fall of Richard Spencer. Christopher Rufo, not surprisingly, has no political experience. All he wanted to do was to use red state governments to troll the political left. That was his assignment. And while that may delight racists like Rufo for a moment, the reality is those kind of over-the-top stunts always bring about a backlash. The people who you're antagonizing, sooner or later, they're going to get tired of it and they're going to organize against you. And that's exactly what happened down in Florida. Now, the second reason Rufo was damned to fail from the beginning is because his lifetime of failures made him desperate to convince people that he wasn't a screw-up, that he actually can succeed at something. So he gave the entire game away in front of the whole world. He wanted to show them, see, I'm not just a screw-up. I know what I'm doing. I actually made myself into something. That's what he wanted to do. See, I'm on TV. I must have made it. Sure, even Stevie Wonder could see through his grift, but I can't think of any political propagandist who's ever been dumb enough to tell the whole world they were lying. After Obama's 2008 presidential victory, Republican strategist Mike Murphy declared that the GOP had to get rid of its incompetent operative class. But rather than back down, the GOP and their rich white donors decided to double down. And that's how you got Rufo. And that brings me to the third reason that Rufo was damned to fail from the beginning. It's because his stupid plans could never work anyway. You don't change a culture by being a full-time political troll. And you don't change it by sending some half-cocked white mob to storm a school board meeting either. There's a reason why the veteran right-wing strategists never tried the stuff that Rufo pulled, because they know that there's a very thin line between galvanizing your base and galvanizing your opponents. Now, I know I said that there were going to be 3 reasons that Rufo failed, but I think I should add a 4th. And the 4th that I would add is that he began by attacking his opponents, when his first move should have been to get his own ragged racist forces in line. That's why he's running around now complaining on Glenn Beck's show that there are people out there who are just trying to get clicks and attention for themselves. They're not trying to help the cause. Seems to me that Rufo is feeling a little bit insecure right now, wondering if any of these other people out here might take away his little old job. They're going to horn in on his hustle. But I find it to be poetically beautiful that he's sitting here complaining about people who he claims are just outraged for outrage's sake. That's because that's what Rufo taught them. That's what he himself did. They're simply copying him. Rufo didn't have an actual plan. That's why having him as an advisor proved DeSantis wasn't going to go anywhere. Rufo doesn't have a vision. He's simply carrying out the orders that he gets from his white paymasters at the Manhattan Institute. But his feeble attention whoring stunts could never make any real changes because he spent his time preaching to the choir. Then again, the white right knows their influence, even in their own red state strongholds, has been wavering. They've been watching the stress fractures form, and they haven't known what the heck to even do about it. They desperately want to make sure that they don't get weakened in their own homes. That's the reason why you saw those Republicans in Tennessee who lost their minds simply because Heckle and Jekyll decided to do a little anti-gun violence protest inside of the legislative chamber. This is what these guys are seeing. They're scared. And when you look at how these guys keep taking L after L, they should be. So in a way, I can see why the wealthy white donors would want to start their efforts at home, so to speak, because they got all kinds of problems there. But for him to talk about outrage for outrage's sake is a joke. Stoking phony white outrage was his entire MO. And he managed to get some quickie attention for himself out of it. And in the age of social media, attention is the coin of the realm. It was inevitable that all of these copycats out here who think they're going to be the next Rush Limbaugh, the next Sean Hannity, or at the very least that they're going to be the next Alex Jones, of course they're going to be sitting here copying the crap that Rufo does. Because they think, hey, if this idiot can get on television, anybody can do it. Rufo made some moron squeaks about building a counterculture, but what culture has he ever started? Now, the reason I wanted to make this the topic of this morning's briefing is because there is a lesson of sorts in this for all of us as well. When you have people who don't understand what their priorities ought to be, they're going to fail. When you start a culture war without having first established and cultivated your own subculture, then you'll fail because you don't have a proper foundation. You don't have a base, not a real one. Rich donors can help you get some quickie headlines. They can pay some fools to stand behind you, but that's not the same as a movement because it doesn't represent any real social change. That's the reason why I told you about that Al Jazeera documentary, The Lobby USA. One of the things that AIPAC and their affiliated co-organizations would do is they would actually be paying people to go to these universities and counter-protest against pro-Palestinian demonstrators. But if your movement is organic and it has real support from the people, you shouldn't have to pay anyone at all. The Palestinians certainly don't. So all of these people who are running around spouting the AIPAC line, they were nothing more than paid day laborers. And when the money stops, so do they. It's a game that they're playing with themselves. But it also provides us with a lesson as well. There is a necessity to weed out the bootlicks, weed out the hangers-on, the people trying to use a movement to help themselves instead of help their people. It's a simple fact that there's too many people who are waiting in the wings to try to make an opportunity out of the oppression that we suffer. We got to make sure we stay on top of that. Though regardless of how, Rufo is finally figuring out that his little revolution has already crashed on the rocks. The little racial grift that he was planning on making into a career out of is running out of gas. And as for his benefactor, DeSantis, well, unless the Florida Constitution is amended, he won't be able to run for re-election as governor in 2026. Florida law prohibits a governor from running for more than 2 terms at a time. So at least for the next few years, Rufo's going to have to look for a new benefactor. But then again, the good old boys down there are pretty slow. So they're going to be the last ones to figure out that this guy isn't bringing any sort of value to their racist operation and that they're basically just giving him freebies for nothing. But then again, all of those clowns down there just ripping off the taxpayers, they're all screwing the system. That's how a half-wit like Rufo winds up on a college board because it had to be given to him because he wasn't smart enough to get it on his own. And this is the same kind of person who will claim that other people are getting handouts and having stuff just handed to them. No. White privilege is the largest and longest standing handout program in human history. And people like Rufo are always feeding at the trough on that one. Well, he better go ahead and try to get while the getting's good because his 15 minutes of fame are pretty much up. There's a lesson that he should have taken away from all this, but he's too dense to get it. In politics, perception is reality, and if you're perceived as being a political has-been whose strategies don't work and whose ideas aren't effective, then your reality will become pretty bleak. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Burkett Cochrane, Ricky Vaughn, Ronald Waits, Nicholas Moore, and Terrence Gaines. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
It's better outside with the Ninja Woodfire out.
Later for the later. Okay, Brother Pez. Once again, the next one is what now?
The Karen.
Oh yeah. I think I might know who this Karen is. Okay. Let's see what this dumb bunny is talking about.
Here we're live. My apologies for the wait. Thank you all for hanging in there with me.
Respect. Y'all need to be like Candace Owens because y'all ain't in this world. Like seriously, you're literally the reason for the downfall of the Black community. That's a fact. You guys are the reason. You dumb bitches want to raise these Black men and then holler at the Black men when they do you dirty and leave you. You dumb bitches raise these men. You raise them. The only good thing that you Black bitches do is give birth to Black men. That's it. And then all y'all want to holler all the time. Every time women of any other race do anything, we want to be Black. Bitch, why do we want to be Black? You don't even want to be Black. Really? No.
Yes, Shabaki.
On this one right here, we need to write the damn FCC, man, and get this stinking bitch booted off, man. I heard enough. Because if we was to sit up there to do that, man, in a reverse order, man, hell, they'll probably blow up our computers, man. Fuck this stinking bitch.
Well, we don't control TikTok, unfortunately, Shabbat.
Well, facts, yeah.
If I could come back and be black, I'd be a black man, not a black woman. Get out of here. Why the f would I want to be a black bitch for? You all are the most bitter, racist, crusty ass bitches I ever seen in my life. The only time you see black women actually be classy.
Lily white ass for even saying
Please, them days is over. Them Claire Huxtables, they don't exist anymore. There might be a little handful of women that like that still left, but the rest of you want to be like Suki Hana and Sexy Red, and you're nasty. Go wash your hair, go change your sheets, go take care of your ass baby. You the mad one, bitch, and you gonna stay mad for the rest of your life. Me, I'm good. I'm straight. Been that way from day one. Yeah, stay jealous.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to.
Did she say something about washing anything?
I'm breathing in and out. I'm gonna do the best I can. It's a time like this, I wish I could channel the senator's grandmother. I really wish I could channel that wisdom right now. Said a lot. According to Taylor Ayana, Black Chicago hairstylist, the Karen Loctician Jamie Marie Smallwood of Florida was going off about black women when Taylor said,
in Chicago?
White
with this
people
bullshit.
Yep.
And or Europeans didn't know how to wash themselves properly until the Moors taught them. This was in response to Smallwood saying black women were dirty, not washing their hair as much as white women. After more racially vicious language via messenger and voice messages, Smallwood would eventually block Taylor, as many online would also step up to out Smallwood's rampant Karenicity. I'm disgusted. I want to put like some garlic or something around my neck, whatever I can to protect kryptonite
sister,
something.
You need to go put your foot in her ass.
Mother of Smallwood's husband even contacted Taylor via TikTok to say she no longer spoke with her son because of Smallwood. Mother wanted to apologize, however, for the vitriol and stated she didn't raise her son that way. The mother would even note the 48-year-old Karen was 18 years older than her 30-year-old son with kids his age. I try not to get in other people's business. You should probably not lash out at others when we're not sure about the stuff in your backyard, your kitchen, your purse. Taylor would go on to share almost several years' worth of reviews from Smallwood's Facebook business pages that repeated how she was a bad-mannered, ignorant racist who liked black money but not black people or breastfeeding mothers. Just look at it. Many reviews would point out horrible styling skills, a desire to be black, but was fine with black Americans being shot by racist cops and even allegedly using the N-word. She is another one, Senator, she's another one that isn't hiding who she is, Senator. So that wolf fox thing you talked about, your grandmother's saying, what do we make of this?
Yeah, the wolf fox, Minister Malcolm X, and Grandma more nerd than the brass A monkey. Sharon, I'm telling you, I'm trying to keep it PG. I'm trying to keep it together. I just want to say to folks that just because somebody goes on a rant and they say that is a fact or these are the facts behind that rant does not make it the facts. She's the one that is jealous, obviously jealous of black women. And you know what? I understand. I do. Because mitochondrial DNA, mitochondrial Eve, let me just go and break this down for folks like her who don't understand that genetically all life, and I mean all life, originated on the continent of Africa.
Sorry, it's
okay,
true.
Lucy. And she was named that because when they were digging up the artifacts, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, I think by the Beatles, was playing at the time. And that's why they named her Lucy. But I want this chick, because that's what she is, the ultimate Karen, to do a little studying, a little history. When you say you hate Black women, you really hate your mama. Because we are, baby, not just because I'm saying it, the science backs it up. We are the prototype. That's number one. Number two, Black America, please. There are plenty of locticians who respect you and who you are and what you are in the world that you can go to. You need to put this chick out of business. And I don't usually say nothing like that, Sharon, but she took this too far.
Yep.
And to the Black man, the young Black man that is with this chick, you need to look in the mirror and reassess yourself. Now, I try not to get in folks' business, but now you done brought us into your business. Sharon and I got to jump in your business.
Yeah.
This woman is talking about your mama. And anybody, and I don't care who they are, what walk of life, how they roll, how they identify, if they disrespect your mama, then they don't deserve your love. It's something wrong with her, Sharon. She a hater and she is jealous and she is an anti-Black bigot. Got me shaking my neck now because I got to put some emphasis on this thing.
Yes.
And she needs to be put out of business. But I do want this very special Karen to understand that truly Black women are your mama too.
That's right.
Mitochondrial DNA.
Rivera, the senator, gave you the science. Okay. Chew on that. Okay. Frankly, I'd like your grandmother and Malcolm X. If I had my wish to sit them down right in front of her and give them more facts, more science. Look at your life, Karen.
Yeah. Well, on that one there, Brother Che.
Building your online business?
Fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial. We ain't interested. You got to pay us to advertise this bullshit. This Karen, excuse my language, can go suck a dog's dick. And that'll be animal cruelty.
Dizzle just went on Shabaka.
Who?
Jay Dizzle.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. I've been up here with you for 4 hours, man. Okay. I'm burning up data.
Yeah.
Definitely give. Yeah. Okay. Definitely give JR regards and ask him to join us on Tuesday if his schedule will permit. Okay. Because I do know he's been working hard a lot. Yeah. And we appreciate Jay Dizzle and Blacc Standard. Okay. But what is his new platform now? New Black Media?
Liberated Minded Media.
Yeah, Liberated Minded Media. Okay, I stand corrected. So give him my regards, okay, because I got to save this data, man. You know what I'm saying? Until we do our show tomorrow, actually, you know, for July the 18th. And ask him to please join us, man, if his schedule permits, man, on the Oklahoma State Supreme Court decision in regard to the burning of the Black Wall Street.
Okay, Shabaka.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka Sankora for Frontline Black News. Bidding you all good night from Sin City.
Everybody. Yeah.
Yes.
Right, I can stay cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
okay. Yes, sir. Oh, always. Okay, I'm out.
Thank you for joining us. West Coast Correspondent stand up super late with us tonight. So the next topic is Brandon Johnson, Chicago. He's been rumored to have spent $30,000 of campaign funds on haircuts.
Apologies for the wait. Thank you all for hanging in there with Michael Filing's show. Right, Maxine Waters, a Democrat, spent $192K. So now I don't want to belabor that point too much, but let's get into, actual things that I want to unpack, right, concerning Brandon Johnson, seemingly, possibly, maybe spending over $30K plus on the Jimmy Neutron haircut and a little bit of makeup. Right now, let's speak about funny money in politics. We all know about what happened with Donald Trump, right? The hush money scandal. You know, he got found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying documents. You know, funny money. But the Democrats, you know, they engage in funny money stuff too, right? They just seem to get away with it. Look at this here. And I'm not going to go through these articles. I'm not going to read these articles because I have in the past, but I'll put them up on the screen just so you can see them. And some of you have seen this before if you've been subscribed to this channel for any length of period of time. I've discussed these topics before, right? But as you can see here, Maxine Waters paid daughter $192,000 in campaign funds during 2022 cycle filings show. Right, Maxine Waters, a Democrat, spent $192K in campaign funds during 2022 cycle, and she paid her daughter that money. This is commonplace, happens all the time. Also, we see here Clyburn Inc., Jim Clyburn Inc., the king of South Carolina, Jim Clyburn. South Carolina Democrat showers family members with over $200K from campaign funds. Now, let me explain to you guys what's happening here when you see stuff like this, right? In between Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, and a host of other, you know, politicians who seem to not get in trouble for this kind of stuff. What they do is they create these dummy companies, right? During election season, they create these dummy companies that allegedly or apparently do, you know, marketing work or outreach work, whatever work they're supposedly doing for the campaign. In essence, they're just dummy companies that are owned by their family members. And on the books, it shows that this company does X, Y, and Z for my campaign. Therefore, I'm paying them for their services. Here's $200,000 in campaign funds. And then you come to find out that these dummy companies are owned by their family members, their daughters, their husbands, best friends, people that are closest to them. It's an easy way of taking hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign money and just simply breaking bread with your family and friends legally, I guess, right? But that's what this stuff is that you see them doing here. It should be considered, you know, unethical. If it were up to me, it would be against the law for you to be able to run a campaign and to employ your family members, right? I feel like that's some sort of kind of conflict of interest somehow, or, you know, just, it's just not ethical, right? You know, because we see what you're doing here. You're running a campaign. Your daughter starts up a dummy company. She's doing some sort of outreach, allegedly. Here's $200K in campaign funds. You know, have fun and enjoy life. This year's is on me. $200K is on me. Enjoy this year. That should be illegal, but it isn't, right? But it isn't. Now, carrying on with funny money and Democrats, right? We see Clyburn. We also see Maxine Waters. Well, it wasn't that long ago as well. I believe it was November of last year, if I'm not mistaken, that Brandon Johnson found himself in a, you know, I wouldn't say hot water, but warm water concerning some funny money himself. Brandon Johnson wasn't supposed to take campaign money from city contractors, but he did. A campaign aide calls it an oversight and says $46,500 is being returned, agreeing that the ethics rule is a sound and necessary policy to ensure a fair government. I want to go through this article very quickly before we get to the meat and potatoes of today's show concerning Brandon Johnson allegedly, apparently, you know, spending, you know, roughly around $35,000 to look like this. That's, you know, apparently what the 35K gets you, right? You know, we're going to get to the bottom of it after this article here. Before I dive into this article, thank you very much, College of Natural Science, College of Natural Health Sciences, BDA, for always coming through on the channel and showing love as you do. I deeply appreciate it. Says me and my black dog and Blacc demand a refund from Brandon Johnson's stylist.
Right.
If he's walking around looking like this, if you're using campaign funds to look like this, and I supported you, I want my money back too. I definitely want my money back too. If that's how you're looking, misusing, if you're going to misuse campaign funds, at least misuse it to make yourself look good.
Right.
At least misuse it to make yourself look good, not to look like this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Beard is all out of place. You know, the hair, the Jimmy Neutron hairstyle is blown out. Come on, man. Let's not do that. Let's not look like that. But thank you very much, College of Natural Health and Sciences, BDA, for contributing to the show, as you always do. I appreciate you. Now let's dive into this article here. And it reads as such: Mayor Brandon Johnson isn't allowed to take campaign contributions from city contractors under a city hall ethics rule, but has accepted them anyway. Asked about that, Christian Perry, Johnson's political director, says taking the money was an oversight. You know, it was an oversight, and that it's being returned. Don't worry about it. It was an oversight, but it's being returned. About $46,500 in all. This oversight has been corrected, and this is a direct quote from his, political director, Christian Perry, right? This oversight has been corrected this oversight has been corrected as of over a month ago, and all incorrect donations, which accounted for a small portion of donations received so far, are in the process of being returned, Perry says. In some instances, it appears the city contractors were solicited for campaign cash by Johnson's political fundraiser. Mayor Rahm Emanuel had issued an executive order in 2011 barring any mayor from taking campaign money from city contractors. Perry, once again, Brandon Johnson's campaign director, stated, in the first several months following the transition, our nationally based compliance team evaluated contributions under the ordinance for city elected officials rather than executive orders for sitting mayors. Like I said, it was just an oversight. It was an accident. Johnson's campaign aides thought it was okay to take money from city contractors as long as the amounts fell below a certain threshold. Actually, though, Johnson was barred from taking any money from them after he was sworn in on May 15th. And here is where the problem lies, right? After he was sworn in, he was still taking the money, right? Because that ruling only applies to sitting mayors. So moving forward, the moment that he was sworn in, and if he runs for re-election, which he most likely will, he can't take money from contractors that are currently in business with the city, right? But after he was sworn in, he was still taking that money in. He was still accepting it, even though he shouldn't have been. This is a clear-cut example, in my opinion, of don't ask permission, just say sorry. Many of us know that saying, right? Don't ask permission. Don't ask if it's okay. If you get caught, just say sorry and say, there was an oversight, but we're taking care of it. We're refunding the money. Don't trip. Don't press charges. Perry continues to say, the executive orders banning lobbyists and contractors' donations to mayors is a sound and necessary policy to ensure a fair government for the people of Chicago. That's a great political answer. Our financial team caught it, and we've been remedying it ever since. He says these contributions are mostly made by individuals who attended fundraiser events. Johnson's campaign has asked many of those who have had their contributions returned to invest those funds in charities that benefit underserved communities in the city, according to Perry, who says about 30 contributions are being returned, right? So isn't that nice? He told them to, give it to the peasants, give it to the less fortunate. And when I say peasants, I'm just being facetious. Don't be sensitive. Sometimes people in the comment section get really sensitive. Why do you call the people peasants? It's a joke. Relax, calm down. Stop acting like a little girl, right? And I think that does it for this article here. That does it for this article here. So this isn't the first time that Brandon Johnson's been caught up in silliness like this, right? But now let's get to the meat and potatoes of today's stream, right? Let's get into that $30,000 haircut that Brandon Johnson loves. And here's the article right here. Let me zoom in just a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for me to see and for you as well. And it reads, Mayor's pricey hair and makeup. In 1 year, Brandon Johnson's campaign has spent $30,000 on grooming. In 1 year, this man has spent $30K to look the way he's been looking all year with the Jimmy Neutron haircut. Does this look like it's worth $30K a year?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Not to me. Not so much. But I don't know. Let's find out the details of what's going on with all that. So the article reads as such: Mayor Brandon Johnson's latest campaign finance report lists a $4,000 payment from his political fund to a suburban beauty salon. A March 27th expenditure that it shows was for event expenses, whatever that means, right? Hearing that came as a surprise to Anthony Jones, who owns Anthony Jones Salon in the northwest suburb. He says he never got that money, nor has he ever done any work for Johnson or his campaign. I find that very interesting. Anthony Jones said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why they have me as someone who's billed for grooming Brandon Johnson up to the tune of $4,000. I've never given him a haircut. I've never applied an ounce of foundation on his face. I don't know what they're talking about. And the owner, Anthony Johnson, said, and I quote, I'd love an extra $4,000, but we never got any money from them, Jones says. Nobody from the campaign has ever been to my salon. I find that very, very interesting. Is Brandon Johnson falsifying documents? I'm just asking questions. I don't know. Is he falsifying documents? I don't know. I guess it's okay as long as you make the corrections once you got caught by the Chicago Sun-Times, right? Apparently, the Chicago Sun-Times are on Brandon Johnson's bumper when it comes to his campaign funds, right? And between this article and the article I just read, they're both from the Chicago Sun-Times. So the Chicago Sun-Times are on top of it. But as long as they catch you and you say, hey, we're returning the money, or you come up with any other excuse, he's safe.
Are you tired of dealing with worn-out windows that don't seal, leak, or are hard to open? Maybe you've even tried to get someone to replace.
Now, the article continues to read, the vendor that does our expenditures, and who is this coming from? Oh, this is coming from Brandon Johnson's campaign advisor, Bill, I believe the last name is pronounced Neidhart. I know I'm saying it wrong, but we'll go with Neidhart, right? Neidhart. We'll go with that. So Brandon Johnson's campaign advisor, Bill Neidhart, said the vendor that does our expenditure reports, we gave the name of the business for the disclosure filing made to the Illinois State Board of Elections. And they wrote down the wrong one. He said it was just an accident. He just wrote down the wrong one. The report should have shown the money was spent with AJ Styles Barber and Beauty Salon at 6624 West North Avenue, according to Neidhart, who says the mayor's campaign filings will be amended to say so. So, like, once again, just give us time and we'll fix it. Don't rush to press charges. Don't rush to hit us with any type of falsifying of documents or anything like that. Just give us a chance to amend these mistakes. Now, as it pertains to personal grooming, more than $30,000 in the past year was spent, according to election board records, right? More than $30,000. Nearly all of the money went to makeup artists and self-described skincare enthusiast Denise Malloy's Makeup Magic, which is based in a home in the South Side. More than 30,000 payments were reported going to her in 2023 and 2024 records show. The payments prior to Johnson's 2023 election listed various descriptions, including candidate makeup for TV, candidate makeup for debate, candidate makeup, makeup retainer, after Johnson took office last year, the payments to Makeup Magic have been explained only as event expenses. And it's really good that you keep it as event expenses. You see, prior, what does this say here? TV payments, blah, 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 blah. This was prior to him being elected mayor, right? When he was just running for mayor, he was very descriptive as it pertains to details concerning what the money was being used for. After he got into office, he just filed everything under event expenses. He kept everything nice and discreet by keeping it under event expenses. The article continues to read, and in typical Brandon Johnson fashion, even though Brandon Johnson didn't answer this question, but this is definitely a Brandon Johnson administration answer that we're going to get here from Neidhart, right? If that's how you say the last name, Neidhart. Watch this. Tell me this isn't a Brandon Johnson administration response. Asked about Johnson's spending, including a makeup artist being paid on retainer, which hair and makeup sessions for which events, that is a great question. Which hair and makeup sessions were spent and for which events? Can we link those two things together? You spent the money on this day on event services. Well, what did you actually have to do on that day that required that? Where did you appear that required that? That's a very good question to see where this funny money is going. And whether any of the payments were for anyone other than the mayor. I repeat, and whether any of the payments were for anyone other than the mayor. Because there were instances here where apparently, and we're going to get into that when I go into a news clip, Brandon Johnson said haircuts on me, or haircuts on campaign donors, right? Haircuts on campaign donors, allegedly. I believe, I assume, right? Wink, wink. Well, the response from Neidhart was this, and it was a written statement. You know what? I feel like reading it one more time. I want to read the questions off one more time without me putting the extras on it, just to blend into this answer so you could really highlight how retarded the answer is. Asked about Johnson's spending, including a makeup artist being paid on retainer, which hair and makeup sessions were for which events, and whether any of the payments were found or whether any of the payments were for anyone other than the mayor, Neidhart said in a written statement, the mayor does not spend taxpayer dollars in preparation for the many public appearances and events he attends every day. What? Literally, you weren't asked anything about using taxpayer dollars. When you're spending campaign funds, that's not taxpayer dollars, it's campaign funds. Why would you lead with saying the mayor doesn't spend taxpayer dollars in preparations for the many public appearances and events he attends? What are you talking about? That literally has nothing to do with nothing. But that's such a Brandon Johnson administration type answer, isn't it? That is such a Brandon Johnson administration type answer. And he goes on to say this. Instead, he is using his own campaign funds, and here's how he makes it all better. Instead, he's using his own campaign funds to pay Black and women-owned businesses. That makes it all right. That makes it all right. Because he's using the money to pay Black and women-owned businesses, whatever that even means. Because I'm not sure when you say Black and women-owned businesses, I don't know what you're really referring to when you say that. Because the reality is this: when he's saying Black and women-owned businesses, if we're taking it on face value concerning the whatever the makeup artist that he was using is, I think it was called like Black Magic or something like that. The woman that owns that makeup company is a Black woman. So when he's saying Black and woman-owned businesses, like he's separating black women as some sort of separate category from black men, because apparently in 2024, when you say black people doesn't encompass black men and black women anymore. Black people apparently just means black men now. So you have to make a distinction between black and women-owned businesses. You can't just assume black people means black women anymore when you say black people. It just means black men now, which is silly to say the least, but I don't know. Welcome to 2024 and beyond, right? But that makes everything okay. That makes everything okay. Spending $30K on hair and makeup is okay because he was using that money to pay black and women-owned businesses a fair wage in compensation for their work in preparing the mayor and individuals associated with the campaign for public appearances, events, media segments, and other availabilities. I have that highlighted in green because the legality behind that should be discussed, right? Are you actually able to spend your campaign funds to groom everybody else in your staff who aren't appearing on TV? They're not appearing on debates. They don't have interview segments. Why is it haircuts on Brandon Johnson? Why is it hair and makeup on Brandon Johnson, right? Or on campaign donors, I should say. Why is that? Because none of these other people are appearing on TV with you. But you're saying, hey, you all come roll with me. Haircuts and makeup on me. When you're spending campaign funds saying, hey, haircuts and makeup on me, then it starts to make a little bit more sense for why the amount comes out to roughly around $30,000. Because once again, I find it very hard to believe that you spent $30,000 to look like this. I just don't believe that that costs $30,000. But if you're talking about hair and makeup on me and everybody in my crew is going to get the Jimmy Neutron like how I got here, then yeah, okay, I get it.
And I'm late.
Everybody is going to run you roughly around $30,000 when haircut and makeup is on you for the entire year, right? And that's where now what I want to do is segue into this news clip here. I believe it's from NBC 5, if I'm not mistaken. I want to segue into this news clip here because here they're going to speak with some lawyers, and it's roughly about 3 minutes long, the clip. But they're going to speak with some lawyers here in which they're going to discuss kind of the legality behind everything and the technicality behind what he can do, what he can't do. Well, it technically doesn't say this in the rule book concerning how you can spend your campaign funds. It looks like Brandon Johnson was operating in a lot of gray area, you know, just hoping that things fall in his favor and don't go the wrong way, right? So let me pull this clip up for you right now. Let's dive into this.
O'clock with questions about Mayor Brandon Johnson using campaign funds to pay for hair and makeup expenses for himself and other people tied to his campaign. The Chicago Sun-Times first reported that Johnson has spent more than $30,000 in 15 months. Election lawyers disagree if it's lawful. NBC5 political reporter Marianne Ahern joining us now with reaction. Marianne?
Alice, an election law does not mention specifically hair and makeup. So
we're operating that gray area. It technically doesn't say you can't use campaign funds for hair and makeup, technically speaking. Okay.
Depending on whom you ask, there is disagreement whether it's legal. He's not the first to use campaign funds this way, but in Johnson's case, he's using those dollars not just for himself, but others too.
I want to touch on that very quickly because I didn't get to that part in the article that I was reading, but I'm glad the clip reminded me. Because, you know, if we're going to be fair, and I do have this highlighted, he isn't the first person to spend campaign funds on hair and makeup. He's just spent the most, okay? He's just spent the most amount of money. So let's pull this article back up very quickly before you get back into that news clip, all right? So as it pertains to him spending money on haircuts compared to his counterparts, right? Johnson's predecessor, let me zoom in a little bit more. Johnson's predecessor, Lori Lightfoot, paid an Evanston business about $2,000 total for event makeup services listed under for expenditures last year in her campaign filings. And if I remember correctly, in the news clip that we're going to finish out watching, they state that in total, in the totality of her time in office, she spent roughly about $8,000, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, but then we're going to watch the video clip to see. But, you know, we're talking about $8,000 in a 4-year period versus $30,000 in 1 year, 35,000 to be exact, if I'm not mistaken, in 1 year. That's wild. Now, the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, his campaign fund, Governor J.B. Pritzker's campaign fund, which he largely underwrites through his own personal fortune, because if I'm not mistaken, J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire, right? Has made 11 payments totaling to $6,000 to a Southside beauty salon between 2018 and 2022 for hair and makeup for events like TV shoots, according to records and interviews. And between 2018 and 2022, J.B. Pritzker has only spent $6,000 on hair and makeup compared to Brandon Johnson, who spent $30,000+ once again to look like this. Now, let's get back into the news clip. Let's get back into that. And as we dive into that news clip, there's 275 of you in the stream right now. Please hit the like button if you haven't already.
Last August, when we spoke to Mayor Brandon Johnson in a one-on-one interview, his makeup artist prepped him before we asked questions. Johnson is paying his makeup artist through his campaign donors. Likewise, this hair salon in Austin is also paid with campaign funds. It's just 3 doors from his former county commission office. Johnson has expensed more than $32,000 from January of 2023 through the end of March of this year. Campaign records show the makeup artist was paid $28,000, the hair salon $4,000.
I would be hard pressed to say grooming is part of your governmental functions. That's not a function of government to look good.
Bert Olson is an attorney.
It literally isn't. There's a lot of people in government that look raggedy. There's a lot of elected officials who look really raggedy.
Attorney who specializes in election law. So does Michael Dorf.
The key is the law does not prohibit expenditures for grooming expenses, and it is absolutely clear that how you look is at least as important as what you say in any political situation.
So that's another side of the argument. Technically, he's not doing anything wrong, technically. And as far as how he looks at it, I mean, you should look presentable if you're an elected official. So I guess he doesn't necessarily see any fault with it.
Illinois State Board of Elections says, quote,
let me rewind this back just a little bit.
Clear that how you look is at least as important as what you say in any political situation.
The Illinois State Board of Elections says, quote, if you're making an appearance as mayor of Chicago and you hire a makeup and hair artist for the event, that would most likely be a legitimate use. But if you're using them for a strictly social event, there might be a stronger grounds for a complaint. You also can't pay more than fair market value for goods and services.
That's another great question as well that brings up. Is he paying fair market value? These things should be investigated concerning Brandon Johnson. Is he paying fair market value, or is he overpaying these hair and makeup people? And also as well, is it legal for him to spend this money to give everyone on his team haircuts on his campaign funds, and the women that are part of his team, they get their makeup done on his campaign funds? I don't know if they get into the legalities of that, but that is something that should be investigated as it pertains to Brandon Johnson and how he spent these campaign funds concerning grooming.
During former Mayor Lightfoot's term, she
Let me rewind this back just a little bit, and we're almost going to wrap this up.
for goods and services. During former Mayor Lightfoot's term, she expensed $8,000 total for hair and makeup to her campaign funds.
If I was to pick a side here, I'd pick a side of being on the conservative side, following the letter of the law and not trying to stretch the law.
The campaign money was.
I want to go back to Lori Lightfoot. She spent, and that's what they just stated, what I said earlier. She spent $8,000 total in campaign funds for hair and makeup. $8,000 total. So throughout her entire tenure, am I saying that right? Tenure as mayor of Chicago, she spent $8,000 total, and she's a female. She's a woman, and she kind of borderline has the same hairdo as Brandon Johnson. You know, the little short, almost Jimmy Neutron type of thing, but hers is kind of blown back. It's this weird kind of blown back gray hair. But nonetheless, she only spent $8,000 throughout her time as mayor versus Brandon Johnson's $32,000. I don't know. I feel like he's really treading a thin line there. He's really walking on the razor's edge with that one.
Former Mayor Lightfoot's term, she expensed $8,000 total for hair and makeup to her campaign funds.
If I was to pick a side here, I'd pick a side of being on the conservative side, following the letter of the law and not trying to stretch the law.
The campaign money was used not just for Johnson's makeup. In a statement to the Sun-Times, his campaign spokesman says the expenses were for the mayor and individuals associated with the campaign for public appearances, events, media segments, and other availabilities.
But they're never on television with them. Like, you don't see them. So that's where I start to say, you know, and you're walking on a razor's edge with this stuff, you know, and you're better off erring, you know, on the side of being conservative and just following the letter of the law. If these people aren't going to be on TV with you, why are you paying for them with campaign funds, right? I don't know. That's like the equivalent of, like, I don't know. Maybe this isn't like this is a bad comparison, but like, you know, I don't know. You work at McDonald's or something, and your boss takes money out the safe, you know, that's supposed to go towards the company. But at the end of the night, you know, when you're counting your register and the store is closed and you're putting the money into the safe, and your manager gives you a couple of dollars and says haircuts on McDonald's. I don't know if you're really supposed to do that. I don't know if that's a great comparison either, but that's the only thing I can think of right now. But I don't, that's something about that that's just fishy to me. Right. It's just fishy. You can't just take money out the safe if you work at McDonald's, if you're the manager, and say, hey, I'm the manager. You know, I get, hey, you know, haircuts on McDonald's. I'm gonna just take this little money out the safe and you get your makeup done and it's on Mickey D's. I don't think that that's the right thing to do. And I feel like that's kind of the same thing. He's really walking the razor's edge with that one. It wasn't just for me. He's admitting the $30,000 in grooming wasn't just for me, Brandon Johnson, because you're a grown man. You don't really need no. I got groomed up yesterday. Okay, I got my hair cut and I put some lotion on my face. I'm good. This is me groomed. It didn't cost, you know, $5,000 for me to look like this. Okay. And I would assume the same thing for Brandon Johnson. So this money is clearly being spent on other people. Who are those other people? Who are those other people? And if they're not appearing on television with you, if they're not in the spotlight during these events that are being held where you have to appear at, why are you using campaign funds to pay for their grooming? You get paid working with me. Spend your own money. Right. Go. You got to get a haircut. Go get you a haircut. Right. You want to get your makeup done? Go get your makeup done. Why would I be taking campaign funds and walking the razor's edge, coming real close to it, saying, you know, this is campaign. These are event expenses. Event expenses. There's something about that just doesn't seem right. Just doesn't seem right.
Who's the website building genius now, huh?
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food is simple.
It's a political problem for him. It's a public relations problem. I don't think it's a violation of the Illinois election code.
We reached out to the mayor's office, who told us contact his campaign office. That spokesman did not return our calls. Alex?
Very interesting, Marianne. Thank you.
Of course they didn't return his calls. Of course they're not returning your calls because they're not trying to answer any more questions than what they already did. And they're not trying to open up Pandora's box and really have any type of serious investigation and audit happening, because a lot comes out in an audit. And I'm pretty sure if Brandon Johnson got audited, right? If he got audited and they did the level of investigating into his campaign funds, as we have seen done to Eric Adams in New York, as we see with Eric Adams in New York, everything and everybody involved with his campaign funds has completely collapsed and have been investigated, right? I don't think anybody's been put in jail or anything of that nature, but they've all been investigated and they've been on Eric Adams' bumper. If the same thing was done to Brandon Johnson, I think we'd find some interesting surprises concerning the people that he's taking care of as it pertains to spending campaign funds on hair and makeup for people who aren't even appearing on television with him, right? I find that interesting, but we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out. And to be honest with you, it's not going to play out like anything. Brandon Johnson's a good DNC little boy. He follows the rules and instructions that's given to him and handed down by the DNC leadership team. So as long as you play ball, you don't have to worry about anything. There's not going to be any investigation into Brandon Johnson. He can take campaign funds and pay for as many people to get haircuts and makeup as he wants. All he has to do is put it under event expenses. And apparently that's good enough. That's good enough. And with all that being said, that's good enough for me too. Stream is over.
Good enough for us too, yeah. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. I'm going to end it after this next topic, and that is Gayle King. Oprah Winfrey, otherwise known as Oprah, has been hospitalized with a stomach issue. Stuff coming out of both ends, Gayle King says.
At Planet Fitness, $10 just became more valuable than ever. Join the judgment-free zone today.
Transform your hair with hair growth products by 12 Tribes on Earth. Experience natural, powerful ingredients that promote thicker, longer, and healthier hair. Say goodbye to thinning and hello to confidence. Hair growth oil, shampoo, spray, and butter by 12 Tribes on Earth, because your hair deserves the best. Just look for the links in the comments section.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, Oprah has been using that Ozempic, and she's been using it for several months. Well, now they're saying she is hospitalized with a stomach issue. I don't know, Oprah. Oprah Winfrey was hospitalized recently because of a stomach problem that left her, I guess, going on both ends. Gayle, 69, made a candid confession on Tuesday, adding that she hoped Oprah, 70, would not be upset by her indiscretion. It comes 5 months after Oprah Winfrey admitted she was using weight loss drugs, Ozempic. She had some kind of stomach thing where stomach flu, where stuff was coming out on both ends. Oh, okay. I won't get too graphic, Gayle said, but needless to say, she ended up in the hospital, dehydrated. She had an IV, so it was very serious. according to Gayle. All right, so they were asking about Oprah's current state. Gayle said, she will be okay. She will be okay. So Gayle was in the process of interviewing someone when she pretty much just let out what was going on. Oprah generally introduces her book club picks herself, but was unable to appear on the air Tuesday because of her illness. And that's today. After vividly explaining the reason behind Oprah's absence, I hope she's not mad at me for sharing that detail. You know, that's why you got to be careful using these drugs out here. They all got some kind of nasty side effect. A lot of them do. So Oprah generally introduced her book clubs pick. So, I already said that, but it also goes into how her weight has fluctuated over the years, recently hitting the headlines for her documentary about people who use weight loss drugs. It is a very personal topic for me, Oprah said in the press statement by BET, and for the hundreds of millions of people impacted around the globe who have years of struggle with their weight and obesity. So over the decades, Oprah has been candid with her fans about various steps that she had taken to shed pounds. Last year, she was dogged by rumors that she was on Ozempic. And she confessed in December that she had relented and started taking weight loss medication after previously she said she had to rely on her own willpower to achieve the figure she wanted. So her size occupied 5 decades of space in my brain, feeling like, why can't I conquer this thing, believing willpower was my failing, she told People magazine. She underwent knee surgery in 2021 and physical rehabilitation, which helped her develop a number of healthy habits. And after knee surgery, she started hiking and setting a new distance goal each week. I could eventually hike 3 to 5 miles every day and a 10-mile straight up hike on the weekends. I felt stronger and more fit and more alive than I felt in years. I ate my last meal at 4 o'clock, drank a gallon of water a day, and use Weight Watchers principles of counting points. This is according to Oprah. Okay, so at one point we know she was, I believe, on the board of directors for Weight Watchers because she was doing their commercial at one point in time. As for the drugs, she said, I had an awareness of medications, but felt I had to prove I had the willpower to do it. Now, I no longer feel that way. Well, your butt has landed in the hospital with stomach issues, and that's not good. So I don't know if there's going to be any updates to this. It might not be, especially if she doesn't want you to know what's wrong. But if you're on those drugs, be careful, because, it depends on who you are. Everybody don't react to drugs in the same way. So tell me what you think about this video, y'all. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
fast, proficient, things like that. You must have a bank account for payment, and the job will start off paying 15,000 Rand per month. If you're interested in that, before I officially put it out, hit me up at jobs@africandiasporanews.org. We're looking for about 2 people to fill those positions out of South Africa. You Johannesburg even better. But that's just kind of unofficial right now. So if you're a person that like to listen and jump on things, and you are that person, let me explain something to you. I'm gonna repeat this. We are fast paced. We don't do excuses here. We just do the work. And when we do the work, we want to make sure to get you paid. That's really what it is. So just putting that out there for any brother or sister in South Africa who say, "Yeah, man, I'm looking for a gig right now. I can handle it and then some." And well, holler at us and let's see what you got. All right. Let me go look in the chat here. See what y'all got going on. So let's get to real quick. We have a new devotional today. Kellen shared something with me, so I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be added to our devotional list because we have Eric Mays, and then we have Super Mayor, right? Well, we gonna have Uncle Ruckus. Yes, Uncle Ruckus is part of the new devotional. Uncle Ruckus, something he said years ago, is going to tie right into something that we covered actually maybe a week or 2 ago. So yes, let's get to the new devotional starring Uncle Ruckus. Let's go.
People say the key to fixing the problems is education, but I say education is not the answer. Why bother? And what do they do in college anyway? Oh, they go there, they party, get drunk for 4-5 years, and end up just as ignorant as when they came in. You ever seen these fraternities and sororities? You ever seen these things? Silliest ever seen in my life. You think Aristotle turned to Achilles and said, "Hey, let's create a fraternity and jump up and down barking like dogs"? Hell no. White man out there getting Nobel Prizes and doing business deals in the fraternities, jumping up and down with candy canes and doing all kinds of silly shit with their hands. I got something for a fraternity of bananas up a tree.
When I say that, I was like, oh man, shout out to Uncle Ruckus. Oh, I know they're going to be mad at me. I don't care. Because you know what? I'm a person that I have been an eagle for a long time, and the eagles fly alone. I'm not a part of none of y'all outfits, fraternities, groups. I've accepted my role in life. I know why I'm loved and I know why I'm hated. So now is Uncle Ruckus lying about that? No, he's not lying about a doggone thing. He's not. So shout out to Uncle Ruckus for that. The Boondocks, ladies and gentlemen, put out a lot of truth, whether we want to agree with that or not. Especially with that Uncle Ruckus character. Yeah, people laughing. He sure did have a point, a great point. Shout out to Uncle Ruckus. All right. A person asked me about entry level. No, we don't do entry level here. We're not an entry level platform. People here got to come knowing their stuff and knowing how to move here. So it's no entry level here. I don't have time for entry level no more. People got to get a plug in and they got to go. So if you're a person that got some experience, then hey, holler at us unofficially. We'll put out the thing, because once I put it on LinkedIn, everybody coming. So letting you know ahead of time. All right. So with that being said, there was an article from 1918 out of Greenville, South Carolina. Now, our history in this country, they don't like to teach it to you. They don't want you to know, especially the folks. Now, this article we're going to look at, short article, is about Black women not working. Because Black women never really had a chance to just sit at home. Some of them did because their husbands worked very well. But when Black women did not want to work for the folks, they were very offended by that. They were offended when Black women say, "Nah, I'm good. My husband worked. I'm going to stay at home with my children. I'm going to cook meals in my home. When my husband come home, my children come home from school. I'm going to keep my house clean. I'm gonna live the soft life best way I can, right? That's what they call soft life today. And anytime a Black woman was living the soft life, them folks would get upset by that because they felt Black women's place was to be cleaning behind Becky and Karen all day, to be cooking and cleaning in their house instead of cooking and cleaning in the Black woman's house.
Work goes smoothly when you know the right steps. With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across teams and stay on track, so your team can spend more time celebrating wins. Try it for free at asana.com.
To be being a nanny and rearing her kids so she could sit down primping and proper all day, not even damaging a hangnail on her finger because it's supposed to be Black women's job. We're not talking about slavery, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about in the year of 1918. You see, then it becomes more offensive when our people go through these things, what they have been through and what we have fought through as a people. And then you have people come over here, these immigrants come over here and then got the nerve to disrespect our people, but yet they ain't got to go through any of this. So let's key this up. Put this on the screen real quick. Give me a second. So you can look at this. And that's one thing I like about Ancestry. Ancestry has a lot of that history up. All right. So you see here, it says Negro women to be put to work. City ordinance soon to be passed requiring them to be regularly employed. Now, this came out of the Greenville News, Wednesday, October 2nd, 1918. Now, let's read this together. We talk now YouTube, this is history, okay? At one point in time in this country, we were called Negro, okay? It's not the N-word, it's a Negro, all right. You know, because y'all support the stream, because they may hit me with a yellow icon. You YouTubers, you know what that means. Now, I say, regardless of whether they want to or have to, able-bodied Negro women in Greenville who are not regularly employed ought to be put to work, put in jail, or heavily fined, or fined heavily, sorry. And this special meeting yesterday afternoon, City Council discussed the situation with regard to this class of loafers. You're loafers, okay, at some length. And it deemed that all members of council were agreed that steps should be taken to compel them, we're talking about Black women, to engage in some useful occupation. See, back then, we didn't have no welfare and food stamps, so you can't say you're living off the government. It was decided that an ordinance, similar to the one now in force, requiring all able-bodied men to work at least 5 days per week, should be passed with regard to these women. So see, they passed it. They've been having laws like that at that time for Black men, okay? Let me kind of get on the screen here for a minute, just discuss history a little bit. Let me get here. Black men couldn't hang out, couldn't do nothing. They had all kinds of, like the Black codes, all these vagrancy laws. If a Black man's just standing there minding his business, and if he didn't have no job working for these people, they would jail this Black man. So there was already the rule that Black men must be working for some white folk somewhere 5 days a week at least. You better be having a job, or they're gonna put you in jail, or they're gonna give you a fine. This is what happened in the history of our country, right? But look at all these people come over here today, especially some of our distant cousins. They don't have to go through that. Them folks don't tell them you better go work a job for us, or you're going to jail, or you're gonna get a fine. They can come over here and demand handouts. We talking about not just our distant cousins, but all these migrants that come over here. They can demand handouts. You see how they sitting in these migrant shelters with no job? But yet we couldn't done that at all. We have paved the way for all these people to come over here to freeload and everything else. And then they got the nerve to disrespect Black Americans. They have got the nerve. That's why the more and more I study our history, I'm getting real hostile about any immigrant opening their mouth to disrespect Black Americans. When if it wouldn't been for us, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to cross yourself over no border. It would have been for us. But let's go ahead and continue here. So such an ordinance will be prepared and voted on at the next regular meeting of council. A number of complaints have come from members of council of Negro women who are not at work and who refuse employment when it's offered to them. They didn't want their job. This is the result of them not wanting their job. We're talking about American history. The result being that it is exceedingly difficult for families, and they're not talking about Black families, who need cooks and laundresses to get them. Let's go ahead on and talk about that. Y'all have to understand, Becky and Karen, you got to think about it. When they had slavery, they didn't lift a finger. Black women was cooking their food. Black women was washing their clothes. Listen, these women in history was so lazy that they wanted the Black woman to take her breast milk and feed their children. It's out there. They literally forced Black women back into their households because their prim and proper women couldn't do anything. Oh, well, these Black women don't want to work for me. They don't want to cook. They don't want to wash my clothes. Well, why you didn't get up and cook and wash your own clothes? Then these people got the nerve to still call you the enemy.
I'm sorry. On that note, let's lay it down. Get that for 29. Well, I just need part 30. Why you just not waking up? They say it says higher, whatever. So yeah, you know, like to subscribe to say everybody that tapped in with us was I see that with the people. He said Cold War coming up on the panel and explaining himself. So explaining, you know, hype me the people. It's sort of like it's a separation from Black empowerment. Let's see, part 3. Peace.